It's time for Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live streamed at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome in live to Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver for our Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. We've got a lot of great wrestling all throughout the day so far, so stay tuned here on KS 95.7 for all of your updates all the way through the day. And Cody, it's a packed house in here already.
Yeah, the gym's full. Kind of got Creston on the other side, the home crowd, which always has a big following. Kind of predicted, I guess, here to, win the conference tournament this year. But, everybody really is represented well fan-wise from all the schools here.
Absolutely. And taking a look at these schools, we'll try to look at these brackets as well. Why don't we start at 106 here, Cody? And again, your brackets and your wrestlers brought to you by Elvis Haas State Farm, always in your corner.
Yeah, your number one seed here at 106 pounds is Tay Jordan, your senior from Atlantic here. Your number two seed coming in here at 106 is Xander Mans of Lewis Central. And Coach Duff talked a little bit about, Lewis Central moving those guys around a little bit weight-wise. And so you see Xander Mans come in here, a freshman, at 106, your number two seed. Your three seed coming out of Glenwood is Brody Black, and your four seed is Kyler Parsons. So first round matchups here, it looks like at 106, there's no first round matchups. There's all buys into those quarterfinals. So as we jump up to 113 pounds now, at 113 pounds, coming in, your number one seed is Weston Porter. So he looks like he's going to be bumped up from 106. He comes in at 26-0, just a freshman. Your number one seed there, number two seed, Jesse Jens. Number three seed would be Braxton Haas of Atlantic. Four seed would be Travis Lane of Creston. Some matches here in this first round. It looks like everybody is kind of tied into that first quarter round there, receiving a bye that first round. As we bump up to 120 pounds, Vinny Mayberry of Glenwood coming in as your number one seed, and he's 29-3. And I think I heard that this could be Vinny's fourth title as a conference champ in the Hawkeye 10. Your number two seed is Spencer Fink of Harlan. Your three seed is Caleb Hoffman of Kemper. And your four seed is Owen Duffick of Lewis Central. Looks like here at 120 pounds, everybody also receives a bye in that first round. At 126 pounds, Aiden Smith, your junior from Atlantic, 41-1, is your number one seed. Your number two seed is Owen Neppel of Kemper, 21-10 junior. Your three seed is Drew Anderson of Lewis Central, just a freshman coming in at 26-9. And your four seed is Broderick Phelps of Creston, 19-12 sophomore. Everybody here this first round at 126 will receive a bye. At 132 pounds, your number one seed is Matt Beam, 30-0 senior of Glenwood. Two seed, Derek Gregory of Lewis Central, 18-7 junior. Your three seed, Lincoln Keeler of Creston, 18-10 senior. And your four seed, Hayden Roush of Shenandoah, 28-9. There will be first round matchups here at 132 pounds. It's going to be Aiden Ransom taking on Oliver of Harlan, taking on Oliver Jernick of St. Albert. At 138 pounds, as we jump up the brackets here, your number one seed coming in at 138 is Carter Schorsch, junior of Lewis Central, 27-8. Your two seed is Kyler Sandholm of Red Oak, 29-10. Three seed Brandon Briley of Creston, 29-9 senior. And your four seed Britton Maxwell of Glenwood, a senior, 23-13. At 144 pounds, your number one seed here coming in at 144 is Austin Evans of Creston. And he'll take on Joe Klein of Kemper here this first round. Your two seed is Brody McKinley of Harlan. He'll take on Dalen Newdruff of Clarinda. Your 3 seed, Jackson Brewer of Lewis Central. 4 seed, Sam Raymond of St. Albert. As we jump up to 150 pounds here.
And I'll give you a break here, Cody. I can take the 150 pounds off your back. Don't want Cody, lose his breath already. He's got play-by-play to do later this afternoon. At 150 pounds, our 1 seed is Jacob McGargle of Shenandoah, 35-2 sophomore. Our 2 seed, James Lemon of Denison, 20-8 junior. Our 3 seed, Jackson Pettigrew of Creston, a 14-12 sophomore. And our 4 seed, the freshman Trayton Williamson of Glenwood, 18-14. Not going to be any first-round buys here for this weight class. Taking a look at 157, your 1 seed, Owen Laughlin of Shenandoah, the 35-1 senior. Your 2 seed, Jake Earlbeck of Kemper Catholic, 27-6 senior. Your 3 seed is Milo Staver of Creston, 30-7 senior. And your 4 seed, another freshman, Brody Bendorf of Harlan, who's 14-7. We'll take a quick break here while we play our national anthem live from Creston.
To Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome back to Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver for your Hawkeye 10 conference tournament. We're continuing along here with our weight classes. I believe we're at 165 now.
Yeah,
Cody.
165 pounds. Your number 1 seed of Creston is Will Bollinger. Your number 2 seed would be Keelan Scott of Glenwood. Your 3 seed, Tate Beerett of Kemper. And your 4 seed, Leland Woodruff of Clarinda. There'll be no matchups here at 165 pounds this first round.
At 175 pounds, your 1 seed going to be Jaden Dickerson of Shenandoah. He's 35-2 as a junior. Your 2 seed, Dominic Polsley of Clarinda, 21-9 junior. Your 3 seed, Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic, the sophomore who is 23-15. And another sophomore rounds out our top 4 of Gunnar Martwick from Creston at 17-15.
At 175, your number 1 seed, Cameron Moore. Okay.
So 190.
Or 190, I'm sorry. Yeah, 190 pounds. Cameron Moore, Lewis Central, 17-13, comes in as your number 1 seed. Bryson Harris of Clarinda, your 2 seed. Yeager Luther of Creston comes in as your 3 seed. And Bryce Wiskus of Kemper comes in as your 4 seed.
Taking a look down the line, 215. Your 1 seed, Mason Kohler of Glenwood, 34-5 sophomore. your 2 seed, Joseph Mong of Lewis Central, 27-13 junior. Your 3 seed, Quentin Fuller of Creston, 26-8 senior. And your 4 seed, the junior out of Clarinda, Mason Nally, at 27-10.
Yeah, 285 pounds. Carson Downey is your number 1 seed. Your number 2 seed will be Max Chapman of Creston. 3 seed, Trent Patton of Glenwood. And your 4 seed, Carlos Andrade of Lewis Central.
And that's your brackets here, brought to you by Elvis Hats State Farm, always in your corner. And we'll have your coaches show as well as the wrestling already underway. We're into our first matches here. Tom Robinson was able to sit down with Atlantic coach Duff to talk about it. But again, your coaches show brought to you by Elvis Hats State Farm.
That wrestler in the corner is dedicated and determined to work as hard as he can for his team. His drive and perseverance comes from his core. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have an insurance agent do the same for you and be on your team? Here at Elvis Hats State Farm, we're in your corner to help you with your insurance on your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services. We'll help you understand your insurance and show you the benefits of bundling all of your coverages with just one company. Put us on your team here at Elvis Hats State Farm, 1/2 block west of the courthouse, or call 712-243-4824.
And good morning. Welcome to our pregame show here on KS 95.7 FM, our live video stream, WesternIowaToday.com. Coach's show brought to you by State Farm. Elvis Hash, your local good neighbor. And we're joined by Atlantic head coach Tim Duff. Well, Coach, as we look at the field here today, Creston, the defending champions, talk about who you think will be the front runner or front runners in this tournament here today.
Creston is probably the without a doubt, the strongest team down here in Southwest Iowa. They've just real solid up and down. I think they're the favorites today. Glenwood, a tough lineup. They've got probably, I think 3 champs. I think Creston's, are 3 number 1 seeds. I think Creston's looking at 4 number 1 seeds. So, those guys, their top guys are real good, and it's going to kind of be a backside probably for that battle for first and second. I guess, next you're kind of looking at Lewis Central. They're up and coming. A lot of good young kids, a lot of good freshmen. They had a good freshman group last year, so they've got a lot of freshmen, sophomores. Coach Mans is real excited about them and their lineup, and they're wrestling some guys up today. Should be some interesting matchups as they move some guys around there, just so they could fill another weight class. I think they're probably, them and Shenandoah are going to battle for that 3rd, 4th place spot for us. I think we're fighting for that 5th, 6th place spot with Clarinda, and Red Oak will be in there, and Kemper, and so should be a battle. Hopefully we can finish in the top half. That's our goal, is stay in that top, so we can get in the top 5 at the Hawkeye 10. We've got a couple number 1 seeds. I think looking at it, I think Tay Jordan will be a 1 seed at 106, and Aiden Smith will be the number 1 seed at 126, and then we'll be open at 215 and heavyweight today, just with some illness up top. But we'll take 10 kids today, and hopefully they'll come out and compete hard and see, like I said, if we can get in that stay in the top half of the conference, see if we can get in the top 5.
Very good. Well, Coach, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and best of luck here at Creston here today, and we'll certainly talk to you afterward.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for all the coverage, Tom. Should be a fun day. Hawkeye 10 is always a great tournament, and like I said, should be interesting. It's our last competition before we've got 2 weeks to get ready for districts. So hopefully we come out, compete hard, and let the fur fly.
Our coach's show brought to you by Elvis Hass State Farm Insurance, your local good neighbor. Back with Austin West and Cody Weaver right after this from Elvis Hass and State Farm Insurance.
That wrestler in the corner is dedicated and determined to work as hard as he can for his team. His drive and perseverance comes from his core. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have an insurance agent do the same for you and be on your team? Here at Elvis Hass State Farm, we're in your corner to help you with your insurance on your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services. We'll help you understand your insurance and show you the benefits of bundling all of your coverages with just one company. Put us on your team here at Elvis Hass State Farm, 1/2 block west of the courthouse, or call 712-243-4824.
all your
It's time for Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live streamed at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome back into Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver here for your Hawkeye 10 Wrestling Tournament. We've got some matches underway here already because not everybody got to receive a bye in the first round. I believe, Cody, you have us starting off at 132 pounds.
Yeah, 132 pounds, first round matchup. Aiden Ransom of Harlan took on Oliver Jernick of St. Albert, and Jernick of St. Albert won that by fall in 3 minutes 33 seconds. It was Jaden Harder of Atlantic taking on Hayden Roush. Hayden Roush came in as your number 4 seed. Jaden Harder won that by 11-5 decision. Did a good job throughout that match. Lincoln Keeler, your 3 seed, took on Gunsman of Red Oak, Dayton Gusman of Red Oak. Keeler won that by fall in 1:52. And then at the bottom, it was Gregory of Lewis Central, your 2 seed, taking on McGuire Hoyt of Kemper. And Gregory of Lewis Central won that with a 10-5 decision. So they're kind of actually working a little bit on the quarterfinals right there. Next matchups will be semis, so it'll be Harder of Atlantic taking on the winner of number 1 seed Beema Glenwood or Jernick of St. Albert.
The next match we ended up having was going to be 190 pounds. We only had 2 there in that one, as it ended up being, so far I should say, it's Drake Booth of Glenwood. The freshman gets a win by fall over Bryce Wiskus, the senior of Kemper Catholic, in 1:49, so he moves on there. Also at 190, it's Luke Sundberg of St. Albert's. He'll be defeated by Lewis Chan of Denison in a fall in 1:33 seconds. Looking down at the bottom side of our bracket, it's Cohen Bruce with a decision 7-2 victory over Jagger Luther of Creston in that one to move on. And that kind of wraps up your 190. They're a little all over the place there at 190, but some of them already into the semis.
Yeah, 215, there was no matches here this first round, or they're out on the mat now, and same with 285. So they're wrestling kind of, I guess, the middle of the heavyweight guys here a little bit. Those first rounds, getting those going. Our next report here in a half hour, we'll do reports every half hour. We'll bring you the latest results from this first round here, and then as where we are up through the lightweights.
Yep, because we're just getting the lightweights starting to get going right now. So again, tune in to KS 95.7. We'll be back in half an hour with more updates.
Pharmacy is now open. With their convenient hours of Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5, they will make it easy to get your prescriptions. Plus, you can transfer your current prescriptions to them by just calling 712-243-7508 or stop by and they'll take care of you. And if you're a MyChart user, you can easily request prescription refills and renewals. If you don't have an account yet, the Cass Health pharmacists are here to help. Cass Health, neighbors caring for neighbors.
Elkhart Plastics in Atlantic has a career opportunity for you. They're currently looking to hire first and second shift oven operators, first shift assemblers, and maintenance personnel, along with competitive pay and shift differential offered for second shift. Elkhart Plastics offers medical, dental, vision, company-paid life and disability plans, as well as vacation, paid holidays, education reimbursement, and retirement savings plans. Go to MyersIndustries.com/careers to view openings and fill out an application. Elkhart Plastics is an equal opportunity and affirmative action employer. Now, back to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome back in to Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West alongside Cody Weaver for the Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. We've got a lot of updates as we're moving through some of these weight classes pretty quick here, Cody.
Yeah, it's going quick once we're getting into the second round here. At 106 pounds, that bracket is, for the most part, set. And your number 1 seed, Tay Jordan, he took on Osthoff of Red Oak, a freshman. Jordan won that by fall in 45 seconds. Your number 4 seed, Kylan Parsons of Creston, took on Hayden Hash of Clarinda. Parsons won that by fall, so in the semis it is Jordan of Atlantic going to be taking on Parsons of Creston. And on the bottom side bracket of there at 106, it was Xander Mans taking on Morlock of Shenandoah. Mans of Lewis Central won that by fall in 1:18. And your 3 seed, Brody Black of Glenwood, took on Nathan Sandquist of Harlan. Black of Glenwood won that by fall, so on the bottom side in the semis, it's Mans of Lewis Central taking on Black of Glenwood, and then again at the top you've got Jordan taking on Parsons there in the semifinals.
And at 113 pounds, Weston Porter is going to get his first match in the semifinals. He'll be facing off against Lane Travis after Travis defeated Davin Holst of Shenandoah with a fall in 4 minutes and 22 seconds. So Creston's Travis moves on to face Porter of Lewis Central. At the bottom end of the bracket, Braxton Haas faced off against Trey Hartwig. That'll be a tech fall in 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Braxton Haas of Atlantic. He'll be facing Jesse Jens of Harlan, who had a bye and then defeated Ethan West of Glenwood with a fall in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. So again, your semifinals at 113, Porter versus Travis and Haas versus Jens.
At 120 pounds, your number 1 seed, actually Vinny Mayberry, gets a bye all the way to the semis. He will take on Duffick of Lewis Central. Duffick took on Tyler Babe of Shenandoah. Duffick won that with a 13-0 decision. On the bottom side, your number 2 seed, Spencer Fink, had his hands full with Colin Harris of Atlantic. I believe it was a 13-8 match. Came clear down to the end there. Harris was coming on at the end, but it is Fink into the semis. And I don't have the results yet of Hoffman of Kemper taking on Bradley of Denison.
Same kind of thing over at 126, just 2 matches done right now. It's Aiden Smith of Atlantic into the semifinals after a fall in 34 seconds over Mark Reed of Glenwood. He'll be facing off against Broderick Phelps, the 4 seed out of Creston, after Phelps picked up a fall in 3 minutes and 40 seconds over Titan Frolic of Harlan. The bottom side of that bracket has not been yet decided at 126.
Yeah, I think that's basically what we have, you know, for updates at this point. Should have a lot more results as we are going through the brackets here. Weight class is fairly fast here.
Ooh, we do have some at 132, actually. We had some that snuck in right there at the end. It looks like it's going to be Lincoln Keeler of Creston. He'll be facing off against Derek Gregory of Lewis Central. Keeler got a fall over Dayton Guzman of Red Oak in 1:52. And Gregory got a decision 10-5 victory over McGuire Holt of Kemper. And so those two move on to the semis. And then Jaden Harder moves on to the semis for Atlantic after he defeated Hayden Roush, the 4 seed of Shenandoah, with an 11-5 decision in that one. I don't know, all the weights are so split up, I have no idea where we're at. Does 138 have any here, Cody?
138 is just coming out on the mat right now for their first match. It's Britton Maxwell coming out here against Scammon.
Taking a look at 144, we do have Austin Evans of Creston moving on into the semis after 2 matches for him. We talked about he got a big fall earlier. This one, a tech fall over Connor Ware in 3 minutes and 39 seconds, a 17-0 victory for Evans. He'll face Sam Raymond of St. Albert's, who picked up a fall in 1:41 over Joshua Lorette of Red Oak. On the bottom side of 144 is Jackson Brewer facing off against Brody McKinley of Harlan. Brewer of Lewis Central, he had a 9-6 decision over Lucas Major of Shenandoah. And McKinley had a fall of 1:34 over Francisco Escalante of Denison.
Yeah, jumping back to 120 here, the results, final results are in. It was Fink with a 13-10 decision over Harris. So he'll be in the semifinals taking on Hoffman of Kemper, who defeated Bradley of Denison by fall in 2 minutes and 41 seconds.
Looking at our bigger weight classes, I think that'll round them out for our lower weights. We'll have more updates for you coming about 30 minutes from now. And by that time, we should be about fully through this first round here of wrestling. So stay tuned right here on KS 95.7.
Work seems a lot less like work when you do it with the people you know, family, neighbors, and friends. When you do your banking at First Whitney Bank, it's much the same thing. You're working with the family of your community, your neighbors, and friends, because that's who we are. We share life with you at community celebrations, at school and church activities, and as you allow us to serve you with your banking business. Our commitment to you and our community has been how we've done business for over 5 generations, and that's why we're the only bank you will ever need. First Whitney Bank, member FDIC.
Winter is here and so is the cold. This year, let Olson's Outdoor Power make acreage life easy with our in-stock line of Coyote tractors with heated cabs to make chores on cold days a lot more comfortable. Whether you're clearing snow, feeding livestock, or just moving firewood around, getting out of the wind and into a cab is a must. Stop in today and take home a Coyote tractor with a cab and heat for as low as $27,800 with 0% financing. Olson's Outdoor Power, your one-stop service and equipment shop with locations in Atlantic and Carroll.
Hi everyone, it's Caitlin with your Atlantic IV. Have you signed up or upgraded to our Perks program yet? It is free to you and gives you instant savings. If you're not signed up, no worries. We can in-store, while you're shopping, or at the checkout, sign you up. Super quick, super easy for the instant savings. No need to wait, scan the card, you got the deals. Deals so good you won't find them anywhere else. Have you signed up or upgraded to our Perks program yet? It is free to you and gives you instant savings. We can in-store, while you're shopping, or at the checkout, sign you up. As always, thank you for shopping your Atlantic IV.
Now, back to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live streamed at westerniowatoday.com.
Austin West and Cody Weaver here with you here today from the Creston High School in the Hawkeye 10 Wrestling Conference. And this update, gonna be a long one here as the weight's kind of all over the place here today. So let's just start kind of looking at 106 and the semifinal matchups people are gonna have.
Yeah, 106, it's Tay Jordan on the top side, your number 1 seed, beat the kid, Osthoff from Red Oak. He's going to be taking on Parsons of Creston. That match is going on right now, so this is a semifinal match. On the bottom side, it is Xander Mans of Lewis Central. He's going to be taking on Brody Black of Glenwood here at 106 pounds.
Looking at 113 pounds, our matchups are Weston Porter of Lewis Central versus Lane Travis of Creston. And on the bottom side of the bracket, it's going to be Braxton Haas of Atlantic facing off against Jesse Jens of Harlan. And so those are going to be the main ones. And then the loser's side, Consolation side, is going to be West of Glenwood versus Hartwig of Denison, and Holst of Shenandoah getting a bye in that one.
At 120 pounds on your top seed, number 1 seed, Vinnie Mayberry there at Glenwood's going to be taking on Dufuk of Lewis Central in the semis, and it's going to be Hoffman of Kemper taking on Fink of Harlan. On the backside, your Consolations, it's Colin Harris of Atlantic going to be taking on Bradley of Denison. And on the bottom side, it's going to be Babe of Shenandoah taking on somebody that loses here on the front side.
Looking at 126 semifinals, it's Aiden Smith of Atlantic taking on Broderick Phelps of Creston. On the lower side, it's Drew Anderson of Lewis Central versus Owen Neppel of Kemper Catholic. That one for a chance at the championship bout. On the backside, though, it's going to be Grave of Denison versus Mazzella of St. Albert's, and Frolic of Harlan versus Reed of Glenwood. Those are going to be, again, your 126 matches.
At 132, number 1 seed Matt Beam of Glenwood won by fall in 57 seconds. He's going to be taking on Jaden Harder of Atlantic. Harder kind of comes from the middle there, upended number 4 seed Hayden Roush of Shenandoah with 11-5 decision. On the bottom side, it's Lincoln Keeler, your 3 seed with a 1-minute 12-second fall over Gusman Red Oak. He's going to be taking on your number 2 seed Derek Gregory of Lewis Central, who had a 10-5 decision over Hoyt of Kemper.
Looking at 138 pounds, it's going to be Carter Schorsch and Cole Scaman facing off in the semifinals. Both of those guys picked up falls to reach there at 138. On the bottom half of that, it's going to be Brandon Briley of Creston. He defeated Calvin Hayes of Atlantic with a 7-4 decision. And then it's Jake Smith of Kemper and Kyler Sandholm who faced off. It'll be Sandholm who moves on to the semifinals with a fall in 1:45. So it'll be Lopez of Denison versus Maxwell of Glenwood on the backside, and Hayes of Atlantic and Smith of Kemper also on the backside. That's at 138 pounds.
At 144, your number 1 seed Austin Evans had a tech fall over Connor Weir of Glenwood to get into the semis, and he will be taking on Sam Raymond of St. Albert's, who won by fall in 1:41 over Joshua Lorette of Red Oak. The bottom side there, it is Jackson Brewer of Lewis Central, who had a 9-6 decision over Lucas Major of Shenandoah. And your number 2 seed, Brody McKinley, had a 1-minute 30-second fall over Escalante of Denison.
At 150 pounds, our semifinals, it's Jacob McCargill of Shenandoah. This will be his first match of the day here in the semifinals. He'll be facing off against Trayton Williamson of Glenwood, who picked up a fall in 45 seconds over Carter Hadley of Atlantic to reach the semifinal round. On the bottom half of the bracket, it's Pettigrew of Creston, who picked up a fall in 19 seconds over Brayton Cooper of Harlan. And then he'll be facing off against James Lemon of Denver, who had a fall in 2 minutes and 47 seconds over Barrett Hagee of Clarinda.
I can tell you're a northern Iowa guy. You're saying Denver, like Denver Tripoli or Denison?
Yeah, I'm used to Denver. Denver is a lot of tournaments for Northland, so we see them all the time. So it might be stuck in there.
We'll jump up to 157 here. It's Laughlin of Shenandoah, your number 1 seed, who won by fall in 2 minutes 20 seconds over Purdue of Red Oak. And he's going to be taking on your number 4 seed, Brody Bendorf, who had a 7-2 decision over Austin Weir of Glenwood. So those two will be in the semis. On the bottom side there at 157, Milo Staver of Creston had a 3 minute 55 second fall over Trotter of Lewis Central to advance to the semis. And it'll be number 2 seed Jake Earlbeck, who won by tech fall over Medina of Denison Schleswig.
And the sad thing is I had a teammate at BV go to Denison, and so I should know Denison out here from Western Iowa, but again, the Eastern Iowa in me refuses to remember. Looking at the semi-final matches for 165 pounds, we're getting a little bit of an upset over on the far mat at 113. It's going to be Bollinger of Creston. It's his first match of the day. He'll take on Jacob Rystrom of Shenandoah, who upsets the 4 seed Leland Woodruff of Clarinda with a 6-2 decision. 2 seniors there in that match. And on the bottom side of the bracket, it's going to be Tate Barrett of Kemper Catholic, as he faced off against Cohen Hamilton of St. Albert's. He got a fall in 4 minutes and 57 seconds. And then Kellen Scott of Glenwood, that's going to be his first match of the day here in the semifinals at 165.
At 175, your number 1 seed, Jaden Dickerson of Shenandoah, had a 3 minute 22 second fall over Moore of Lewis Central to advance to the semis. And it will be your freshman from Glenwood, Niall Lundville, kind of filling in here, upsetting the number 4 seed Gunnar Martwick of Creston. Lundville won that in an overtime match, in the first period of the overtime match, by takedown, 8-6. On the bottom side, your number 3 seed, Donovan Hedrington, had a 4 minute 13 second fall over Rotert of Kemper. And your number 2 seed, Dominic Polsey, won by fall in 2 minutes 19 seconds over Alfaro of Denison.
Looking at 190 pounds is Cameron Moore, who makes his way to the semifinals for Lewis Central after a fall in 3 minutes and 57 seconds over Lewis Chan of Denison. And he'll be facing off against Drake Booth of Glenwood after he picked up a fall on the upset of the 4 seed in 1 minute 49 seconds over Bryce Wiskus of Kemper. So the freshman, another freshman upset here at the Hawkeye 10 Conference Tournament. We've seen a couple of them here so far already. On the bottom side at 190, it's going to be Cohen Bruce of Atlantic, who won a 7-2 decision over Jagger Luther of Creston. So an upset for Cohen Bruce as well. And he'll be facing off against Bryson Harris, the 2 seed from Clarinda, after Harris picked up a major decision 15-2 over Mark Hardy of Shenandoah.
At 215 pounds, your sophomore number 1 seed from Glenwood, Mason Kohler, had a 1 minute 20 second fall over Beckman of St. Albert. He will take on Mason Nally of Clarinda, who had an 8-6 decision over Pierce of Kemper. Your bottom side at 215, your number 3 seed Quentin Fuller of Creston, won by fall in 1 minute 30 over Perrion of Red Oak. And he will take on Joseph Mong of Lewis Central, your number 2 seed, who won by fall in 41 seconds over Spray of Harlan.
And wrapping out our heavyweights in the semifinal round, the seeding got it right, as it'll be number 1 seed Carson Downey after a fall in 34 seconds over Jared Scrives of Red Oak. In 34 seconds again, he moves on to face Carlos Andrade of Lewis Central after Andrade picked up a fall in 47 seconds over Stephen Perkins of Shenandoah. And then your 3 seed Trent Patton of Glenwood picked up a decision victory 7-3 over Garrett Plagg of Denison. And he'll face the 2 seed Max Chapman of Creston after Chapman picked up a 33 second fall over Reed Stager of Kemper Catholic.
Just a couple quick matches here, I guess, in the semis, final round match. It was Tay Jordan winning by over Parsons of Creston by tech fall. So it'll be Tay Jordan of Atlantic will be in the finals here at 106 pounds. The other match is currently going on. It's Xander Mans of Lewis Central taking on Brody Black of Glenwood. Mans currently right now has a 5-1 lead at 113 pounds. On the bottom side of the bracket, it was, it's Weston Porter of Lewis Central, your number 1 seed, with a 14-7 decision over Travis of Creston. And it was Braxton Haas of Atlantic upsetting number 2 seed, I guess, Jesse Jens of Harlan with a 6-3 decision. So it's going to be Haas of Atlantic and Porter of Lewis Central here at 113 pounds.
At 120 pounds right now, the one we have in is Vinny Mayberry of Glenwood. Got a fall in 41 seconds over Owen Dufek of Lewis Central. So Mayberry into the finals in that one. It's Fink and Hoffman that are going to be wrestling off for that one. I don't see them out here on the mat yet, so they may be up on the way at 120.
And your 106 is set now, so it'll be Tay Jordan of Atlantic taking on your number 2 seed, Xander Mans of Lewis Central, who just won by a fall over Black. So Mans of Lewis Central, Jordan of Atlantic at 106. 113 will be Porter of Lewis Central and Haas of Atlantic.
And I think that should be about everything. The only other ones is, if you want to look at the backside, it's Sandquist of Harlan. He's moving on. He's in the Consolation semis for a chance for 3rd place after he picked up a fall in 44 seconds over Morlock of Shenandoah. That's really the only other match I'm seeing, even on the backside, that's been updated so far in the brackets. So.
Yeah, just a quick look at the points. Lewis Central right now has 109 points. They are leading. Creston is at 94.5, Glenwood at 90, Atlantic here at 4th place with 78, and then Shenandoah at 54. Next is Kemper at 50.5, Harlan at 47, Clarinda 38, St. Albert 23, Red Oak 22, and Denison Schleswig at 21. So right now it's Lewis Central out there in the lead with 109 over Creston at 94.5.
So still a close race for sure in our team scores. We'll have more updates as we continue along. We should be able to get some more in now that the matches are rolling a little bit better now and go back to the every 30 minutes kind of trend we were doing before. So for Cody, we'll be back here in about 30 minutes with more updates from the Hawkeye 10 Wrestling Tournament.
Wealth and neglecting their health, only to wish they could trade their wealth for better health at the end. This is Dr. Fritz Beyer, and it has now been over 30 years since my first chiropractic adjustment. I still get asked, do you get adjusted? Absolutely. I try to get adjusted at least once a month. I'm 47 now and still try to stay as active as ever. While I do get a few more aches and pains than when I was younger, it feels great to be able to step on the mat and help kids learning to wrestle. Chiropractic has helped me feel young enough to do it. If staying active is part of your future plans, call 254-BODY to get your body back to the basics.
Dang, the oxygen tank is empty again. When you visit town, can you pick one up from Atlantic Ag and Auto?
Empty? I just got a full tank. Did you leave the valve open again? How many times do I have to tell you? Lefty loosey, righty tighty. I'll check the acetylene. It's probably empty too.
Huh, we all know who's full of hot air.
What was that?
I said Atlantic Ag and Auto. Your locally owned CarQuest Auto Parts store has welding supplies. Give them a call today, 712-254-7373.
We are happy to announce that Rolling Hills Bank & Trust's new digital online banking is here. We'll continue to have all the features that you've come to enjoy, such as our mobile deposit, bill pay, and e-statements. One exciting new feature we now offer allows customers to access their credit score. This feature also shares the factors that impact the score and steps you can take to make it stronger. So take control of your credit by downloading the app today, or feel free to stop by any of our 13 area locations where we have friendly staff members ready to answer any question and assist you in this transition. Rolling Hills Bank & Trust, member FDIC.
Colton, with you more involved with farming, what have you observed?
Farmers don't just work harder, they farm smarter.
We've definitely seen that with the Enlist weed control system.
Oh yeah, application is dictated by the grow stage, not a set date on the calendar, and you can take mix with liberty.
Plus you have a post program that you don't have to worry about drifting into neighboring fields.
Nailed it. To learn more, contact the Seed Pros.
The Seed Pros, with you from the word go.
The Seed Pros, Mark Bantacker, Gary Dinklet, Nick Knutson, and John Becker.
You want more classic rock? Here you go. KS 95.7.
to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome back to Crescent, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver here for the Hawkeye 10 Conference Tournament as we're making our way through the semifinal matches right now. We'll have another round before we get into the finals and the third, fourth place matches. And so let's take a look at those finals matchups that we're going to have.
Yeah, 106 pounds, your number 1 seed. It's going to be Tay Jordan of Atlantic. And he's going to be taking on Mans, your number 2 seed from Lewis Central. Mans defeated Black of Glenwood by fall in 442, and Jordan defeated Parsons of Creston by tech fall.
At 113, we're looking at a 1 seed of Weston Porter from Lewis Central, who won by decision 14-7 over Lane Travis of Creston. He'll be facing off against the upset here, the 3 seed of Braxton Haas from Atlantic after he got a 6-3 decision over Jesse Jens of Harlan, who was the 2 seed at 113.
At 120, number 1 seed Vinnie Mayberry won by fall in 41 seconds over Duffick of Lewis Central. He'll be taking on Hoffman of Kemper. Hoffman of Kemper upended Spencer Fink of Harlan by fall in 4 minutes 28 seconds.
Over at 126 pounds, you're going to hear a lot of Atlantic Lewis Central here in these finals matchups, and these could really decide the dual scores as well, as they're the top 2 right now. It's number 1 seed Aiden Smith at 126 facing off against Anderson. It'll be Drew Anderson of Lewis Central. Smith won by fall in 1:29 over Broderick Phelps of Creston to reach the finals match. Meanwhile, Drew Anderson of Lewis Central, the freshman who's been rolling through here, gets an upset and gets a tech fall in 5 minutes and 32 seconds, 20-5 over the 2 seed Owen Neppel from Kemper Catholic. So again, these 2 schools, Atlantic, Lewis Central, they're going to be in a lot of these semifinal matches.
Yeah, for your finals at 132 is Beam of Glenwood, who defeated Harder of Atlantic by fall in 124. And he's going to be taking on Gregory of Lewis Central. Gregory beat Keeler, your number 3 seed, in overtime, 6-4. So it's going to be Beam and Gregory of Lewis Central here at 132 pounds in the finals.
At 138 pounds, it's a 1-2 seed matchup. It's Carter Schorsch of Lewis Central, who picked up a tech fall in 5 minutes and 31 seconds, 22-7 over Cole Shaman of Shenandoah. Meanwhile, Kyler Sandholm, the 2 seed out of Red Oak, he picked up a fall in 5 minutes and 23 seconds over Brandon Briley, the 3 seed out of Creston. So that's your finals matchup, 1 and 2 over at 138 pounds.
At 144, it was Austin Evans coming out with a quick fall over Raymond of St. Albert. So he is in the finals, and he is going to take on the winner of Brewer of Lewis Central and McKinley of Harlan. McKinley is your number 2 seed, and McKinley trails at 6-3 right now in the 3rd period with 1:20 to go.
So a lot of time still left on that one. Taking a look at our team scores right now, it's Lewis Central in first with 145 points. Glenwood has jumped up to 2nd place with 110 points even. 3rd place is Creston with 107.5. Atlantic falling down to 4th at 101 even. Shenandoah is in 5th with 65. Kemper Catholic in 6th with 63.5. With 53 points in 7th place is Harlan. 8th place is Clarinda with 44 points. Red Oak in 9th with 39. With 30 points is Denison in 10th. And rounding out our scores in 11th place is St. Albert with 23. But again, a lot of these schools still have a lot of kids left to wrestle here in the semifinals and finals, as well as the backside looking for some other place winners as well.
Yeah, Lewis Central, really is capitalizing on a lot of their matches, either tech fall or fall, scoring those bonus points. And Coach Duff talked about those guys coming in today. They've moved some kids around. Some of the kids you see at certain weights, you see bumped up a weight now, and they really are competing very well today.
Absolutely. And we'll get more updates for you as the day goes on, because again, we're sitting right at the 144, 157 mark right now. So in about 30 minutes, at about 1:30-ish, 1:20, we'll have more updates for you right here on KS95 and Western Iowa Today TV.
Now, back to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome back into Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver for your Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. And we did actually have an update earlier, but because there's the new guy on the audio, you listening on KS95 didn't get to hear it, so we'll skim quick through our finals matchup starting at 106.
106 pounds, it's Atlantic's Tay Jordan, who had a tech fall over Parsons at Creston. So Jordan's in the finals, and he's going to be taking on Xander Mans, a freshman from Lewis Central, who was the 2 seed, who beat Brody Black of Glenwood by fall in 442.
At 113, it's going to be your 1 seed Weston Porter of Lewis Central, a decision win 14-7 over Lane Travis of Creston. He'll be facing off against Braxton Haas of Atlantic, who had the decision 6-3 victory over Jesse Jens of Harlan.
120 is going to be Vinnie Mayberry of Glenwood in the finals with a 41-second fall over Dufik of Lewis Central. And he's going to be taking on Hoffman of Kemper. Hoffman of Kemper came in as the 3 seed, upended Fink of Harlan by fall in 4 minutes, 28 seconds.
At 126, it's Aiden Smith of Atlantic after a 129 fall over Broderick Phelps of Creston. He'll be facing off against Drew Anderson of Lewis Central, who got a tech fall in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. They have a 20-5 win over Owen Neppel of Kemper Catholic.
132 is going to be Matt Beam of Glenwood, your number 1 seed, who won by fall in a minute 24 over Jaden Harder of Atlantic. He's going to be taking on Gregory, who was your 2 seed. Him and Lincoln Keeler of Creston had a close match. Gregory of Lewis Central won that to advance into the finals in overtime by takedown.
Over at 138, it's 2 dominant wins for the 1 and 2 seeds. Carter Shorts, the 1 seed out of Lewis Central. Tech fall 22-7 in 5 minutes and 31 seconds over Cole Scaman of Shenandoah. Scorch is going to face off against Kyler Sandholm of Red Oak, the 2 seed, after he picked up a 5-minute, 23-second fall over Brandon Briley of Creston. Again, that's at 138.
144, Austin Evans, your number 1 seed from Creston, won by fall in 13 seconds over Raymond of St. Albert's. And he's going to be taking on Brewer of Lewis Central. Brewer was your 3 seed, upended McKinley of Harlan, your number 2 seed, with a 6-4 decision. So to be Brewer, Lewis Central, and Evans of Creston here in the finals at 144.
At 150, it's going to be Shenandoah's number 1 seed, Jacob McCargill, who got a major decision 15-3 over Trayton Williamson of Glenwood. He's into the semifinal round. He'll be facing off against James Lemon of Denver, the number 2 seed, who had a 5-1 decision victory over Jackson Pettigrew of Creston. Again, that's another 1-2 seed matchup for the finals at 150.
157, it's Owen Laughlin, your number 1 seed, who won by fall in 2 minutes 48 seconds over Bendorf of Harlan to advance into the finals. And he'll be taking on 2 seed Jake Earlbeck of Kemper, who won a decision match 8-3 over Staver of Creston.
At 165, you've got number 1 seed William Bollinger of Creston after a 3-minute 12-second fall over Jacob Rystrom of Shenandoah, headed to the finals. Bollinger will be facing Kellen Scott out of Glenwood after he picked up a major decision 15-4 over Kemper's Tate Barrett to advance here on. Again, just 1 match so far wrestled for both these two at 165, and they're already into the finals.
At 175, it's Jaden Dickerson, your number 1 seed from Shenandoah, who won by fall in a minute 2 over freshman Niall Lundville of Glenwood. And Niall Lundville upset the number 4 seed Gunnar Martwick earlier in the tournament. So it's Dickerson in the finals at 175, and he's going to be taking on Dominic Polsey of Clarinda, who had a fall in a minute 56 over Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic.
At 190, we just got our finals matchup confirmed here. It'll be Cameron Moore of Lewis Central, who picks up a decision victory over Drake Booth of Glenwood. Looked like it was a 12-6 decision. They just cleared off the scoreboard, so I missed it to get an update on it. But he'll be facing off against Clarinda's Bryson Harris, who picked up a 14-7 decision over Cohen Bruce of Atlantic. And again, that's your finals matchup at 190.
Yeah, at 215, we don't have any results yet. And at 285, those final matches are not set yet either.
As it looks like we'll be getting our, I don't even know if that's our first one over there. We will get our first one at 215. It just started between Munge and Fuller over on the far mat if you're watching over on Western Iowa Today TV. And again, Lewis Central leading this one big in team scores as they're basically the pin wizards here today. I think every win we've seen for them, seemed like pins. They do have a couple of tech falls as well in the semifinal rounds, which has really helped them on bonus points. Not many decisions.
Capitalizing on those bonus points and with those falls.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Lewis Central one here in the middle. They were in overtime, so it was a very close match. And then in his takedown, he still ended up getting a pin for Lewis Central, so that was a big one here as well. So Lewis Central currently leading the way, looking like they might run away here with this team score. But we will have more updates coming for you towards the top of the hour at 2 o'clock, as we'll have another round after these semifinal rounds to figure out who's going to be wrestling for 3rd and 4th, who's going to be wrestling for 5th and 6th, and who's going to be wrestling for 7th and 8th. So keep listening here on KS 95.7 and keep watching over on Western Iowa Today TV, powered by Nishnanet.
At Outfitters Plus in Atlantic, you'll find all the latest in custom apparel and headwear. Head to Outfitters and work with the design pros to make your customized tees, team apparel, and personalized swag for your business a reality. Whether it's fan apparel for your high school or youth sports teams, your business, or you just want to make something your own, you'll have everyone saying, "Where'd you get that?" Don't forget, Outfitters will also add your group store online to make ordering a breeze. Get personalized at Outfitters Plus Outlet Store in Atlantic. Stop by today. Whether you have a furry, feathered, or scaly pet in your home, the Fish Store and Pet Center has everything you need to keep your little pets happy and healthy. Keep them safe with a variety of sizes of tanks and cages. Add a little decor with rocks, decorative plants, and beds. Add a little fun in with toys, colors, and leashes to keep your pets active. And a healthy pet is a happy pet. The Fish Store and Pet Center carries Diamond Natural and Canada foods that are all natural and safe for your dog or cat. The Fish Store and Pet Center in Atlantic is your local one-stop pet shop.
Get to the Super Bowl for Glow Bowling on Friday and Saturday nights. Perfect for birthdays, reunions, family and friend get-togethers, and date nights. They even have bumpers and ramps for the little ones. Glow Bowling. All the glow-in-the-dark fun you love. Plus, the friendly competition of bowling makes for a great night. Call Dan to schedule your next party at 243-4656. Glow Bowling on Friday and Saturday nights at the Super Bowl. Highway 71 in Atlantic.
Now, back to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live streamed at westerniowatoday.com.
Austin West, Cody Weaver here, back from Creston, Iowa for the Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. They're taking a quick little 10-minute break, which should be wrapping up here soon as well before we get into a quick consolation round to figure out who's going to be in our place winning matches on the backside of the tournament. But we do have some more finals matches set up here for the heavier classes.
Yeah, at 175 pounds, it's going to be Dickerson of Shenandoah. In the finals, he defeated Lundvall of Glenwood. He's going to be taking on Dominic Polsey of Clarinda, who defeated Hedrington of Atlantic.
Looking at 190 pounds, it's going to be Cameron Moore of Lewis Central, who won a 12-7 decision victory over Drake Booth of Glenwood. He'll be facing off against Bryson Harris of Clarinda, another 1-2 seed matchup, as Harris got a 14-7 decision victory over Cohen Bruce of Atlantic. So that's your finals matchup there at 190.
215 is going to be Mason Kohler of Glenwood, your number 1 seed, who won by fall over Nally of Clarinda. And he's going to be taking on Fuller of Creston, who was your 3 seed, who beat the number 2 seed, Mong of Lewis Central, with a 7-3 decision there.
At 285, our heavyweights rounding it out, it's going to be Carson Downey, the 1 seed, after he picked up a 1-minute and 34-second fall over Carlos Andrade of Lewis Central. He'll be facing off against the 2 seed Max Chapman out of Creston, who picked up a 2-minute, 33-second fall over Trent Patton of Glenwood. And that'll be your finals matchup at 285. And again, we'll have a quick round of consolation semifinals as they figure out who's going to be wrestling for 3rd, who's going to be wrestling for 5th, and who's going to be wrestling here for 7th. And so that's going to be a big one. And then we'll have 3 mats going, and we'll be able to come back for play-by-play for your finals matchups. Right now, we're going to take a look at the team scores.
Yeah, Lewis Central's on top here at 173 points. Creston did come back up into 2nd at 156.5. Glenwood 3rd at 145. Shenandoah 4th at 113. Atlantic 5th at 101. And then it's Kemper at 91.5. Clarinda 87. Red Oak 56. Harlan 54. Denison 47. And St. Albert at 23.
And so there's your team scores. A very quick update as we get our consolation rounds started. Tune back in at about 2:30. We should be closer to our finals matchup, and Cody will have that play-by-play coming up right here on KS 95.7 and Western Iowa Today TV, powered by Nishnanet.
Southwest Iowa Transit Agency offers in-town school transportation for Atlantic, Red Oak, Harlan, and Glenwood children. Parents are able to rest easy knowing all their children, from preschoolers to teenagers, will make it to school every day safely and on time. Let SWITA take kids to school for only $1.50 per child per trip. For more information or to register your child, visit SWITA.com or call 800-842-8065. My SWITA, my ride.
Nobody has delivered more high-yielding Enlist E3 soybean genetics to the marketplace than Stein. That means your local Stein representative can provide you with the product knowledge and seed genetics to help you maximize profits on every acre you plant. Discover yield plus experience by partnering with the undisputed leader in Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Learn more at steinseed.com. Stein has yield.
That wrestler in the corner is dedicated and determined to work as hard as he can for his team. His drive and perseverance comes from his core. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have an insurance agent do the same for you and be on your team? Here at Elvis Haas State Farm, we're in your corner to help you with your insurance on your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services. We help you understand your insurance and show you the benefits of bundling all of your coverages with just one company. Put us on your team here at Elvis Haas State Farm, 1/2 block west of the courthouse, or call 712-243-4824.
Now, back to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome back into Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver for your Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. As we are getting through our roundup to place all of our wrestlers into a placement match here today, and it's been going by pretty quickly so far.
Yeah, we're up to roughly 165 pounds on those backside matches or placing matches. So at 106 pounds in the finals, it's going to be Tay Jordan of Atlantic taking on Xander Manns of Lewis Central. Your third place match will be Parsons of Creston taking on Black of Glenwood. Your fifth place match will be Sandquist of Harlan taking on Hash of Clarinda. And your seventh place match will be Morlock of Shenandoah taking on Osthoff of Red Oak.
At 113 pounds, your finals matchup is Porter of Lewis Central versus Haas of Atlantic. Your third place match is Travis of Creston versus Jens of Harlan. Your fifth place match is Hartwig of Denison and Holst of Shenandoah. And West of Glenwood has a seventh place finish already secured for him.
120 is going to be Mayberry of Glenwood taking on Hoffman of Kemper in the finals. Your third place match is going to be Fink of Harlan taking on Duffick of Lewis Central. Fifth place is Harris of Atlantic taking on Babe of Shenandoah. And your seventh place match was won by Bradley of Denison.
At 126, your finals matchup, Smith of Atlantic and Anderson of Lewis Central. At your third place spot, it's Phelps of Creston versus Frolic of Harlan. Your fifth place matchup, Grave of Denison versus Neppel of Kemper. And then seventh place matchup is Mazzella of St. Albert's and Reed of Glenwood.
132 is Beam of Glenwood taking on Gregory of Lewis Central in the finals. Third place is going to be Keeler of Creston taking on Harder of Atlantic. Your fifth place match is Gusman of Red Oak taking on Roush of Shenandoah. And your seventh place match is Jurenick of St. Albert taking on Hoyt of Kemper.
At 138 pounds, it's Sandholm of Red Oak versus Scorch of Lewis Central. Headed over to the third place matchup on the backside is Scammon of Shenandoah and Maxwell of Glenwood. Your fifth place matchup is Hayes of Atlantic and Briley of Creston. And for seventh place is Smith of Kemper and Lopez of Denison.
At 144, it is Evans of Creston taking on Brewer of Lewis Central in the finals. Third place match is going to be Lorette of Red Oak, who won by medical forfeit over McKinley of Harlan. So it would be Lorette of Red Oak taking on Raymond of St. Albert's for third. Your fifth place match is going to be Major of Shenandoah taking on McKinley of Harlan if he wrestles. And then your seventh place match will be Klein of Kemper taking on Weir of Glenwood.
At 150, it's McCargill of Shenandoah versus Lemon of Denison in your first place matchup. Over on the backside for third is Williamson of Glenwood versus Pettigrew of Creston. Fifth place matchup is Haggie of Clarinda and Hadley of Atlantic. And then Cooper of Harlan has already secured a seventh place finish. Again, that's at 150 pounds.
At 157, it is Laughlin of Shenandoah in the finals taking on Earlbeck of Kemper. Your third place match is going to be Bendorf of Harlan, and he's going to take on the winner of Staver of Creston or Weir of Glenwood. Fifth place match is going to be Trotter of Lewis Central. Your seventh place match is going to be Medina of Denison taking on Purdue of Red Oak.
And that's basically where we're at right now as 165 is going on right now. So we'll take a look at the team scores. Creston has jumped out to first with 196.5 points. Behind them is Lewis Central, the earlier favorites, with 180 points, so down by 16.5. Behind them in third is Glenwood with 163 even. In fourth is Shenandoah with 122. Atlantic is rounding out the top five with 108 points. In sixth is Kemper Catholic with 91.5. Clarinda right behind them with 87 even. In 8th is Harlan with 78 points. In 9th with 56 points is Red Oak. In 10th is Denison with 47. And rounding out our teams is St. Albert with 30 points for them in 11th. And so we're about just over halfway through our Consolation semifinals here in Creston, Iowa. So it looks like maybe it'll be about 3 o'clock, 3:15 when we're able to bring you those finals matchups. Again, we'll have play-by-play with Cody on that here on KS 95.7 and on Western Iowa Today TV, powered by Nishanet. So again, in about a half hour, we'll give you one more update before we probably get to the finals based on our timing anyways. We'll have to see how that works out. We'll be back then here on KS 95.7 and Western Iowa Today TV.
Winter is here and so is the cold. This year, let Olson's Outdoor Power make acreage life easy with our in-stock line of Coyote tractors with heated cabs to make chores on cold days a lot more comfortable. Whether you're clearing snow, feeding livestock, or just moving firewood around, getting out of the wind and into a cab is a must. Stop in today and take home a Coyote tractor with a cab and heat for as low as $27,800 with 0% financing. Olson's Outdoor Power, your one-stop service and equipment shop with locations in Atlantic and Carroll.
Hi everyone, it's Caitlin with your Atlantic IV. Have you signed up or upgraded to our Perks program yet? It is free to you and gives you instant savings. If you're not signed up, no worries. We can in-store while you're shopping or at the checkout, sign you up. Super quick, super easy for the instant savings. No need to wait, scan the card, you got the deals. Deals so good you won't find them anywhere else. Have you signed up or upgraded to our Perks program yet? It is free to you and gives you instant savings. We can in-store while you're shopping or at the checkout, sign you up. As always, thank you for shopping your Atlantic IV.
Work seems a lot less like work when you do it with the people you know, family, neighbors, and friends. When you do your banking at First Whitney Bank, it's much the same thing. You're working with the family of your community, your neighbors, and friends, because that's who we are. We share life with you at community celebrations, at school and church activities, and as you allow us to serve you with your banking business. Our commitment to you and our community has been how we've done business for over 5 generations, and that's why we're the only bank you will ever need. First Whitney Bank, member FDIC.
Dang, the oxygen tank is empty again. When you visit town, can you pick one up from Atlantic Ag and Auto?
Empty? I just got a full tank. Did you leave the valve open again? How many times do I have to tell you? Lefty loosey, righty tighty. I'll check the acetylene. It's probably empty too.
Huh, we all know who's full of hot air.
What was that?
I said Atlantic Ag and Auto. Your locally owned CarQuest Auto Parts store has welding supplies. Give them a call today, 712-254-7373.
Wake up with Austin.
It's time for Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live streamed at westerniowatoday.com.
Welcome into Creston, Iowa. I'm Austin West, joined by Cody Weaver for your Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. As we are getting ready to go with the finals, just one match left to go. It's got about 50 seconds left on it here. And so, Cody, do we want to run down quickly who our place qualifying matches are for our heavier weights
Yeah,
here?
let's catch up at 165 pounds here. It's going to be Bollinger Creston taking on Scott of Glenwood. And on that backside, that third place match is Rystam of Shenandoah taking on Beret of Kemper. Fifth place match is going to be Hamilton of St. Albert taking on Woodruff of Clarinda.
And I'd love to say we can keep going, but Tate Jordan already going here for his championship battle, so I'll turn it over to you, Cody.
We're going right into the finals here. So you can see on your screen there, the right-hand side there, Jordan in the red band there taking on Mans of Lewis Central. Jordan of Atlantic here. Shot there by Mans, a real nice slide by, shuck by there by Mans. Jordan right back up to his feet on a single. Almost returns a favor, but runs out of bounds, gets a one-point escape there, and they're going to go back to the center of the mat here. So Jordan back on his feet, Mans back on his feet. Again, Mans coming in, a freshman, they bumped some kids up at Lewis Central, and Jordan coming in a senior year here, wanting to win a Hawkeye 10 title. So 2-1 right now, Xander Mans of Lewis Central with that advantage. Minute 15 to go here. Underhook there by Jordan over the top of the head here. Mans is trying to work 2-on-1 on the right arm of Jordan there. Releases that, goes collar tie. Going to separate a little bit here and come back to the center. Halfway through the first period, 2-1 right now. Mans with that advantage over Jordan. Snap down there by Jordan. Duck under there by Mans. No two-point takedown yet. There the points are awarded, so it's 4-1 right now. Mans of Lewis Central with that advantage over Jordan, working on peeling that wrist out, stepping over the head of Jordan. Jordan kind of sitting through, catching Mans off bounds, gets an escape here, and it's going to be 4-2 here with 29 to go in this first period. Both wrestlers, Mans really a real nice duck under there for a takedown and kind of a shuck by to get around behind Jordan. Another duck under right there, right in the center of the mat here, with 10 seconds or 12 seconds to go here. So he's going to take a 6-2 advantage into that second period right now as time expires in the first period here in our championship match at 106.
And you can see Mans there just kind of on top watching the clock. He had no plans to go anywhere with Jordan in that one. Again, this is the 1 and 2 seed facing off. Jordan the 1, Mans the 2, a senior versus a freshman as well.
And Jordan had his choice there in that second period. He chooses down. Mans right away covers that right side, goes to a crab ride on the right side underneath the armpit around the neck. Jordan kind of balled up on the bottom there, working on a little bit of wrist control. You can see with the left hand there. Mans really directly right over the top of the body, trying to reach through the leg there, left leg there, reach the right heel of Jordan. Break that forward. Mans is a little bit on the high side here, but trying to run around kind of the front side of the head, has almost a chicken wing, but more of an arm bar there. Jordan able to get that arm back. Now Mans works on putting that left leg in, kind of a figure 4 on the left leg of Jordan, working kind of that upper body, has Jordan broken down flat on his back. Kind of does a cross ride there into a Turk. Gonna try to walk his foot forward there. Right away, Jordan turns and tries a reversal there, but Mans doing a great job following around behind here, but he seems like he's in a high position there, but readjusts with both boots in now. Left side and right side legs in. Has Jordan broken down flat here in the center of the mat, working wrist control, inside wrist control on that right, and they're gonna call a stalemate. Come back to the center here. So 6-2 right now, Mans of Lewis Central with that advantage over Jordan. Jordan will go back down to that bottom position here. Mans is got the okay to cover here. He's gonna cover left side. Gonna be a caution on Jordan here. I'm not sure if he didn't give the official the okay to have Mans cover, or Mans covers left side again there right away. kind of sits through, tries to get that right leg in. Jordan grabs that leg as he's trying to get it put in, which is what you want to do. Has him in a Turk here, trying to work out front here, and Mann's doing a good job bellying away here, getting that Turk leg out, and Jordan continues to try to drive forward, twist that body over. 4-6 right now. Jordan trailing here with 25 to go in the second period. Jordan switches to a double leg, drives him out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center here. Mann's will go back down to that bottom position. Jordan will be on top here, 22 to go in the second period. It will be Mann's choice here in the third period. Jordan covers that left side. Mann's right away, kind of sits out a little bit. Jordan doing a good job with pressure driving forward here. Mann's posting that right arm out. Has both arms posted kind of in a figure four there. Crab ride there by Jordan. Grabs the left wrist, gonna try to maybe potentially roll through into a tilt. And Mann's is trying to catch, almost caught Jordan flat on his back here. Jordan bailed out of it and did a good job coming back onto top here. So we're going to go to the third period. Mann's choice here. Mann's chooses down to start this third period. And he's got that 6'4" advantage over Jordan here in the championship of the Hawkeye 10 at 106 pounds. Jordan again covers that left side. Chops that left wrist forward. Mann's is able to come up to his feet here. Jordan kind of sits back, has a half in, goes in between the crotch, tries to pick him up here, and Mann's is able to break that loose, and 7-4 right now. Both wrestlers on their feet. It escaped there by Mann's to start this third period. You know, Mann's is somebody that's, wanted some potential here. Mann's with another duck under attempt there. Jordan switches off to a headlock here. They're going to go out of bounds. No points awarded here. But Mann's is, a freshman that's been behind Porter kind of this year, and he's a quality opponent, obviously, here in the Hawkeye 10 in the finals, and Jordan's got everything he needs to have his hands full here right now. So 7-4, Mann's of Lewis Central with that advantage. Had another duck under attempt there. A little bit of separation. Collar tied by Jordan, working on wrist control. Tries to go the other side, and Jordan with Mann's with another slide by attempt there. Has Jordan on his back, going to get at least a couple back points awarded. So it's going to be 11-4 right now. Mann's of Lewis Central with that advantage here. 50 to go, right on the edge of the mat. They're going to roll out of bounds and come back to the center here. 48 to go. Mann's, Lewis Central 11, Jordan 4. Jordan down and set in that referee's position. Mann's is cover right side this time. Kind of reaches, he kind of likes the thigh pry ride there. You see that on the left side and right side, mostly that left side there. Kind of up over the top of Jordan. Jordan turns and faces right away, switches to a single, tries to sit back through. No escape awarded yet, but Jordan in on a single now. Mann's takes a look back at the clock, sees how much time he's got. Jordan sits through for a reversal. 11-7 now. Jordan working out front here, going to try something heavy-wise, and Mann's is kind of bellied out there and laying flat on his belly, protecting himself. Time's expired here. We're down to 5 seconds. And Mann's of Lewis Central will be your champ here at 106 pounds. That's your Hawkeye 10.
And Mann's a great freshman here. I mean, we talked about coming in. He's had a guy in front of him at 106 most of the time, but just oozes confidence coming into this match, especially as a freshman going against a senior here.
And Mann's is a name in the Council Bluffs area that it's a wrestling family, has been around, maybe a couple different schools, helps with a lot of the youth programs. So here at 113 pounds, it's going to be Weston Porter of Lewis Central taking on Braxton Haas.
The Lewis Central Atlantic rematch already, back-to-back matches here in the finals.
Yeah, Porter, has a big little brother, I should say, and maybe wrestling 25 in college here, redshirted this year, but was a four-time, I believe, finalist for Underwood. And little brother Weston here has kind of always been in the Council Bluffs area, but he drives into Haas there, drives Haas out of bounds, and they're going to come back to the center here. Porter in that low position, circle a little bit, underhook on the right side, overhook on the left side, and you see him driving in. He's very comfortable on his feet. Tries to snap down there by Haas. Haas a little bit longer and lankier than Porter, but Porter with an underhook there. Now overhook on that left side, and he just wants Haas to push in just a little bit, and he's going to give Haas a plane ride here. Haas is on the edge of the mat here, but doing a good job not pushing in. A little bit of separation there, and you see Porter's head in the side of Haas's head. We're down to halfway through the first period. No takedown yet. Haas trying to snap down and get out here, and they're going to call a stalemate. Porter locked up tight there on Haas. Back to the center, some separation. Again, over the top there by Porter, head snap there. Now has Haas's head down, inside, outside, I should say, single, able to come around behind Haas here. Come back up to his feet, gonna let Haas go. So 2-1 right now, 35 to go. Porter down that low position. That low position, they're back in the center of the mat here. Wrist control there by Porter. Now he's got the head again locked up on Haas, kind of has Haas's head down, and Porter over the top here in control. Snaps back down again, has Haas's head down on the mat. He's going to try to block that arm, circle around behind, but Haas doing a good job keeping his hips square here with Porter to prevent him from coming around. So it's 2-1 right now at the end of the first period. Porter with that advantage.
And we're going to take a quick 10-second break here, force a legal ID.
Southwest Iowa's classic rock station is KSWI Atlantic, a proud part of Meredith Communications. KS 95.7.
We're in the second period now. Haas, it was Porter's choice. He deferred to third. Haas chose down here to start the second period. Porter covers that left side. Deep waist with his right arm, working out front, chopping that left wrist. Kind of Haas doing a good job peeling that wrist, and a little bit of separation here. So we're back on our feet with 1:40 to go here in the second period.
And call me a little biased, but I always love the matchups of the taller, lanky kid versus the short, stockier kid.
Yeah, it depends, I guess. It's all about motion and movement and your leverage and everything, if you can take advantage of that leverage or not. Sometimes you leave yourself open more as a taller kid, but on the other side, if you're on top, you've got a lot of length reach there. So Porter, again, really heavy on that head, snapping down, kind of bouncing Haas's head there a little bit on the mat and pushing Haas out of bounds. Haas, again, doing a good job separating a little bit here and circling to avoid that from being pushed out. The other official comes over and talks here a little bit, and we're back going here halfway through the second period. Porter again, 2-on-1 on the right arm of Haas, over the top of the head. Haas now has wrist control, tries an outside single there, moves up to the waist with that right arm. Porter now again in that throw position, underhook on the left side of Haas and overhook on the right side. Pushing in here, pushing into Haas. Haas doing a great job with that left arm. You see him kind of blocking the hip. Porter readjusts here now and tries to come back behind and has Haas's head down on the mat again. Shucked by attempt there by Porter, and Haas doing a good job knowing exactly where he was at. Scooted out of bounds. We're going to come back to the center. Down to 14 to go here in the second period. Again, the exact same thing we've seen kind of all match. But Porter wants that underhook on that left-hand side. Haas doing a good job with that length, reaching, kind of blocking the hips of Porter. So we're going to go to the third period now. It'll be Porter's choice, and he says, coach says you either go down or neutral, whatever you want to do.
And they're already giving him the warning, hey, don't let a cradle come in.
So it's 2-2 now, is what they're showing here on the scoreboard. Haas on top. Started in this third period. Porter coming up to his feet here, reaches over, some separation there by the wrestlers. And right away, Porter's in on that underhook on the left-hand side and overhook. kind of Porter, just you see just kind of hanging there, hanging his arm, reaching a little bit, trying to get some push in there. And Haas doing a great job knowing that this kid likes freestyle, he likes to throw. I don't want to get in that position, but now you see Porter with a double underhook now, and Haas kind of grabbing the wrist, or excuse me, elbows in between, kind of blocking that, and maybe going to work on a throw of his own. Go out of bounds and come back to the center. Some separation there by Haas, which is good because being tied up, it's hard to get a shot in when your arms are tied up there. So over there by Haas, separation, wrist control, fight there on the one side. Haas has the underhook on the left side, tries to shuck by there. Porter switches to a fireman, switches off to a single, able to take Haas down. Haas able to come back up, and Porter kind of lets separate a little bit there, so it's 5-3 right now. 42 to go. Haas ties up here, standing a little bit straighter up and down than what he was. Underhook now, and Haas throws Porter to his back and is going to get 2-point takedown, potentially 2 near fall. If not, it doesn't look any near fall are awarded, so it's 5-5 with 20 to go here, and this is basically it. Porter can escape and win it, or they're going to go to extra time, and Haas doing a great job keeping Porter down on the mat here. Haas stands up, almost a cradle there. Porter's up on his feet. He's going to try to throw a little bit, and Porter's able to kind of almost escape here with 2 seconds to go. And that's going to be your match here at 113 pounds. It's going to be Weston Porter with a 6-5 decision over Braxton Haas. And that was I think Porter, when you look at his record, I believe he was 29-0 coming into this tournament. And Haas gave him everything he wanted and more. So that was a great match by both wrestlers. And, actually Haas gave him a plane ride to his back. So
absolutely. And Porter was undefeated coming into this one. And I know how Haas feels. I've had a match go that way. You're just hoping they can't get escape in the final seconds and they get away. And even if you think maybe no, time was out, or maybe we were still tight enough, those ones are definitely really close to have fall here. As it looks like we'll get a little maybe blood cleanup here on the mat as well. Either Porter or Haas.
It's Haas's nose, it looks like, left nostril. So this is going to be Vinny Mayberry. And again, I think I heard earlier today that this will be his fourth conference title if he wins today. And he's going to be taking on Hoffman of Kemper. Hoffman upset Rink of Harlan. Hoffman comes from that 3 seed. Mayberry really tough on top. You see snapping the head around, a lot of movement, switches into a double leg on him, takes him directly down, keeps the legs tied up, covers. Mayberry with a deep waist on that left-hand side now, releases that, has the arm barred up, goes into Air Force, releases that, has Hoffman, stands up. Vinny Mayberry has both arms tied up there. Hoffman will go back down to that bottom position. He's down and set. Mayberry covers that right-hand side. Right away crab ride underneath the right arm and around the neck. Takes that left arm now, ties it up, walks around the head here. You see him grabbing with his knee, using his knees and arms here. 2-on-1 on the left arm of Hoffman, working on peeling that wrist out. Right side wrist control by Mayberry. He wants to peel that wrist out. Hoffman doing a good job, coming kind of up to his hips, sitting out here. Mayberry now puts a half in, sits backwards, not able to catch Hoffman on his back. Hoffman able to sit through. But again, Mayberry's working on stacking him up here, and he's going to get a little bit of shoulder exposure there, but not enough. He readjusts his hips and walks forward here, and it's pretty tight here. Hoffman doing a good job of fighting off, but Mayberry readjusting those hips, getting that weight over the chest of Hoffman with 30 to go here. So a lot of time here. Mayberry's just settling in. Mayberry now readjusts, uses his hands, grabs the arm, gets 3 points awarded here, so 5-0. Right away goes back into that half, and when he puts that half in, it's tight around that neck. Half on the left side, chicken wing on the right, and right away stacks Hoffman back up. 5 seconds to go here. Readjust. He's going to get at least 3 near fall, and Mayberry doing a great job of readjusting, tightening it up every time Hoffman moves. So it'll be 8-0 right now into that first period. Mayberry of Glenwood with the advantage over Hoffman of Kemper. It is Mayberry's choice here. He defers to the second. Hoffman says, I want to go neutral. And he goes, no, I don't want to go neutral. I want to go top. So he's going to go over the top of Mayberry. So Mayberry gets down and gets set here. Hoffman is going to cover left side here. Right away puts the right leg in. Mayberry doing a great job reaching in to try to peel that off. Mayberry catches Hoffman on his back. Hoffman still in control here, but in trouble, has his right hips. Mayberry trying to cast his hips over, gets his hips cast over, and escapes for 1 point. So it'll be 9-0 right now. Mayberry with that advantage, 1:35 to go.
I love seeing Mayberry. I wanted to see him go neutral, honestly, because he's so quick on his feet. I wanted to see him go neutral again, so now we get that opportunity.
They're just both working in their outside single shot there, attempt by Mayberry. He kind of switches off and releases, backs out a little bit for some separation. 1:15. Hoffman right in the center there. Mayberry a little bit on the outside, circling left to right. Some head taps, another single shot there. Switches to an inside single, trips backwards on Hoffman. Switches to a double, takes Hoffman down on the edge of the mat here for 2. So it'll be 11-0. Mayberry trying to catch those legs and trying to keep Hoffman in bounds here. And I apologize that you can't see that. It's right behind the scoreboard, but they're out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center here.
The 2% of the circle you can't see, and that's where they end up.
Hoffman down and set. Mayberry covers that right-hand side. Mayberry sitting down with that half again, sits down through. He's going to stack up Hoffman here. It's got it tight, and you can see it's got a deep waist here. Settles in on Hoffman. 30 to go here in the second period. A lot of time. Mayberry's just going to settle down here. You see him maybe trying to get his right leg over, and Hoffman doing a good job posting that. Mayberry readjusts his chest on chest here. Settles in a little bit. Still a little bit on the high side. You see him readjust, trying to keep that shoulder pushed over here. We're down to 8 to go here, and looks like we're going to end up 14-0 here at the end of the second period, and it will be Mayberry's choice here. And he's looking at Coach Weber, and Weber's going, I would go up and get the pin, I guess. And that's what Weber says. Hey, I had 3 near fall, or my guy had 3 near fall. So 14-0 here. Mayberry's going to take top position. You expect him to, he does a good job kind of sitting back, putting the bottom guy in the cradle there, or not in the cradle, but the cradle. He releases him here. So takedown here will win it by tech fall. Right away, Hoffman shoots in, double underhook by Mayberry. Mayberry releases the one, switches off to a single. Now some separation. Another single leg shot attempt there by Mayberry on the edge of the mat. Mayberry trying to pick it up, goes out of bounds. And they're going to come back to the center here with 1:29 to go.
I will say, though, Hoffman's, this is a testament to his skill to fight off the pins. In 2 periods, we've said plenty of time with 30 seconds left, and he's fought off pins in both situations.
And that's what you want to see, your guy not giving up. Even if he's getting beat, badly, he doesn't completely break mentally. So Hoffman still battling here, but Mayberry, one more takedown, and it's going to be a tech fall for Mayberry here in the finals at 120 pounds. Wrist control there. Mayberry pushes off, circles the leg down, some separation there. Mayberry with a double leg shot, switches that double leg off, and that's going to be a 2-point takedown for Mayberry. So Mayberry will win this. 47 to go here in the third period. Wins by tech fall at 120 pounds, and he's your champ from Glenwood.
And it will be 4 Hawkeye 10 titles.
That's
for
impressive.
Mayberry. They just announced it over the PA system, so congratulations to him. Right now, looking at team scores, your top three are Creston with 204.5, Lewis Central with 200 even, and Glenwood with 170 even. So that tech fall instead of a pin could play a factor here as the finals and other place-setting matches continue.
Yeah, this is Drew Anderson of Lewis Central taking on Aiden Smith. Aiden Smith right in on an outside single, able to finish that for a 2-point takedown and go out of bounds. So we're going to come back to the center here. And Anderson's got some Atlantic ties, actually. A lot of family from the Atlantic area. Goes to school in Lewis Central here, and Smith releases him here and back on their feet. So 2-1 right now, Smith with that advantage. Smith kind of both hands posted there on the mat. Outside single shot there, but a nice job by Anderson kind of stuffing that head. But Smith with the control of the left arm tries a fireman's there. Smith's going to drive him out of bounds. We're going to come back to the center. Minute 23 to go here. Smith posting those arms as Anderson reaches right away into that single again, drives forward for another 2-point takedown and goes right out of bounds. So come back to the center. 4-1 right now. Smith kind of takes a look at Coach Duff and his dad there sitting in the corner, and they're not telling him what to do. He needs to decide on his own. So you see Smith trying up that left wrist, trying to maybe sit through and get a tilt here. Goes crab ride now, drives forward, breaks Anderson down, peels that wrist out on the left-hand side, tries to trap it with the leg. Anderson doing a good job, though, trying to come up to his feet, leaves that arm behind, though. Smith able to chop that arm and break him down. He does reach through and grabs the wrist of Anderson and is going to get some tilt here. Anderson pushing with that right arm, able to roll through, but we're going to get 3 near fall awarded there for Smith. So 7-1 with 42 to go here in the first period. Anderson will come back to the center and go back down in that bottom position. He is down and set. Smith will cover right side. And right on the whistle here, Smith continues to drive forward, does a good job. Hip pressure, peels out the wrist of Anderson. Right side wrist peeled out. Has the left ankle of Anderson trapped here. Anderson tries rolling through, and Smith doing a good job kind of shadow wrestling there following that motion. Smith crab ride again and goes forward, breaks Anderson back down to all 4. Deep waist by Smith on the right-hand side there. Anderson doing a great job, you know, wrist control or fighting that wrist inside wrist control here, but time's going to expire here in the first period. So it'll be Aiden Smith of Atlantic with that 7-1 advantage over Anderson, Drew Anderson of Lewis Central. It'll be Smith's choice here, and he's going to go down in this second period.
And Anderson's had some opportunities to catch Smith, you know, on his back on some of these rolls, so it might be something to watch here as the match continues.
Yeah, Anderson covers left side there. Smith right away sits out, tries to turn and face. Anderson kind of drops down into a single, releases that for an escape. Smith has the wrist tied up, tries a fireman's there, but Anderson doing a great job getting him broken down flat on his belly. Smith still has a leg. Anderson working that cross face, though, trying to break that lock, and you see Smith readjust his hips here. Anderson trying to sit back down and around and come around behind here, but right now they're kind of in a stalemate position here unless there he switches to a double. Anderson almost caught him on his back, gets his hips high. No 2 points awarded, and both they're going to go neutral back to the center of the mat.
Again, that's like the third time almost here that, you know, they've caught Smith almost on his back here for Anderson. So again, something to maybe be concerned about as this match goes on.
And, you know, 8-1, Smith has had that advantage, but you're right. I mean, he's been caught several times. Smith in on a single, kind of maybe a throw attempt there by Anderson. Anderson kind of bellies out now, and they're going to go back to the center. We got 2 mats where kids are close to each other, and 10-1 right now, and Aiden's dad saying, hey, let's go neutral, and he doesn't have to listen to his dad on the mat because there's no consequences till he gets off the mat. I think there was a little bit of an early start caution from the other mat. The whistle blew, and they're going to no caution they're awarded. So 10-1 right now. Smith chops that wrist. Anderson tries to turn. Smith right away drops into a single. Both wrestlers back on their feet. Smith working on peeling that wrist out. 40 to go now in the second period. Smith with the advantage. Anderson on his knees, kind of on his front of his head down a little bit. Smith with that left leg tied up. Anderson trying to peel wrists a little bit here. Smith with a half on the right side. Anderson going to try to sit through a little bit here, and too much weight there. Now Smith goes to a kind of a cross-face cradle there. And Anderson bellying out, turning the opposite direction here. And Smith's going to try to elevate that leg and flip him over here into a Turk, and time's going to expire in the second period. So it'll be Anderson's choice here in the third period, and he wants to go neutral on his feet.
I mean, it's been kind of the best spot he's had a chance. I mean, you can't choose bottom, that's for sure. I mean, Smith has just been dominant from there, so you got to give yourself a chance here going neutral.
Yeah, Smith with that outside single shot attempt there, gets stretched out a little bit, but again, does a great job readjusting his hits, switches to a double, hooks the leg, but Anderson has the leg tied up, releases that leg, so 2 points will be awarded for Smith, so 12-1 right now. Minute 35 to go here on the edge of the mat. Smith working deep waist with the right side and kind of chopping the left arm of Anderson, drives him out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center, and I would expect to see Smith kind of go neutral here and try to finish this match by tech fall. Minute 25 to go here. They are going to go neutral, so it'll be 12-2. Anderson readjusts, socks a little bit there, and comes back up to the line, and we're wrestling live here. So wrist control there by Anderson kind of prevented that shot by Smith. Head snap attempt there, another outside single shot. So that outside single's been open. Anderson has been doing a good job of sprawling, but Smith is able to readjust his hips, suck in, switches off to double some. They're on the edge of the mat here. We'll see if he can keep him in bounds and finish it. And a whizzer by Anderson there. And they're going to go out of bounds. Anderson almost catches Smith. Both wrestlers are in a kind of an odd position here and are going to go out of bounds. So
yeah, it looks like either one of them could have caught each other, and they were just kind of
on the back there a little bit. So they're neutral here, and halfway, got about 35 to go here in the third period. It's 12-2 right now. Smith with that advantage. And again, I think, you know, we talked about some of these Lewis Central kids working up a weight to try to do the best they can do from a team standpoint here at the tournament. Both wrestlers still on their feet. They go out of bounds and come back to the center here with 21 to go. Anderson working forward here, trying to snap the head here of Smith. Smith with a collar tie on the left-hand side, but Anderson with wrist control and an underhook on the right-hand side of Smith. Tries to drive in, pushes in, and he's going to try to throw him, and they're going to come back to the center here, and there's exactly what you want to see in your wrestlers, and that's some fight and some competition. And so it's hard not to do, hard not to be competitive, and hard not to let your emotions, you know, get the best of you. But that was Anderson has nothing really to be ashamed of there. He had Smith, you know, on his back a few times, but Smith was able to roll through it. And good tournament coming in second place here, and Aiden Smith's your champ at 126. So we're going to go to 132 pounds, and it is another Lewis Central kid, but it's he's going to be taking on Matt Beam of Glenwood.
Again, we talked about how Lewis Central's bumped their kids up basically a weight everywhere. It's worked out really well for them up until the finals. They haven't been very successful in the finals so far. Had a couple of wins here and there, but a couple other guys just little outclassed at this weight that they've bumped up to.
Yeah, Beam with the outside single there, dumps opposite direction, gets Gregory down flat on his back. He's got a chicken wing on the left-hand side, now switches to a right on the half, and you're gonna see him walk that head. He kind of sucks him back, goes opposite direction, and he's gonna stack Gregory up, and Gregory's in a world of hurt here with 1:20 to go. Beam tightens that up, continues to adjust a little bit. You see Gregory readjust there as well. Gregory doing what he can do to fight here. Beam stacks him up tight here. Right shoulder's tight, left shoulder's up off the mat a little bit, and Beam continues to circle that opposite direction and get that left shoulder exposed for a pin. So 1:03 here fall for Matt Beam at 132 pounds, and he's your champion. And we're gonna go to 138, and it's another Lewis Central. It's Carter Shores, who moved up probably a couple weight classes from last year, and he's going to be taking on Kyler Sandholm of Red Oak. Sandholm has had a good tournament so far. I think he had an upset earlier in the tournament. No, excuse me, Sandholm was your 2 seed, so it'd be number 1 and 2 here, exactly the way that Track Wrestling drew it up. Shores with a kind of a shot attempt there, crossface on Sandholm, trying to spin around behind here, releases. There's some separation now. We're both back on our feet. Shores kind of one knee down posted there. Sandholm both on both feet here. Collar tie by Sandholm. Again, that shuck by attempt. Sandholm gets 2 points awarded here. 2-point takedown. And they're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center. So Kyler Sandholm with your early takedown here with that 2-0 advantage with 1:15 to go here in the first period.
And this is a big match for Lewis Central as well. They're only down a half a point out of first place on the team score behind Creston right now.
Shores up on his feet, tries to roll through, is able to roll through and kind of escape, and Sandholm trying to grab him there as he escapes, but we're back on our feet. 2-1 right now. And it's Sandholm of Red Oak with the advantage here over Carter Shores of Lewis Central. Shores in deep on the left-hand side of Sandholm. Sandholm kind of pushing back, getting pushed back, I should say, goes out of bounds, and they're going to come back to the center here with 49 to go here. Shores working 2-on-1 on the right-hand side of Sandholm. Kind of a heavy snap there by Shores. A lot of movement up and down motion. Shores now in on a single leg there of Sandholm, trying to circle around behind here and gets that, dumps the opposite direction and gets the 2-point takedown over Sandholm. So it'll be 3-2 now. Carter Shores of Lewis Central with that advantage. 20 to go here in the first period. Sandholm reaches back for that leg. Shores tries to put that leg in. Keeps him tight, keeps Sandholm tight. Sandholm's a reach back kind of kid, and he keeps the arm of Sandholm, but Sandholm is able to get an escape there with 1 second to go. So it's a tied match here at the end of the first period, and it'll be Sandholm's choice. He's going to defer to the third. Shores is going to go down that bottom position to start this second period.
This one has the makings of a classic right now. Again, the lead in the team score for Lewis Central on the line here is Creston already got another win in one of the other place-winning matches. So a pin here and a win in general could be huge.
Yeah, and Sandholm picked him up and dropped him. No points awarded, but they called a potentially dangerous return, so I don't know why there was no points awarded there for sure, but Shores right away back up to his feet here as they start. Sandholm sits back, is able to capture the right arm of Shores, almost in a chicken wing there, but Shores is able to pull that arm forward. Sandholm laying directly over the top of Shores. Shores now kind of all up to all fours, up to his feet. Sandholm tries to sit back down and holds on to him, and they're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center. So Shores goes back down here, 1:27 to go. It's still tied 3-3. Shores is down and set. Sandholm covers that left side. Shorst right away comes up to his feet here, works on peel and wrist. Sandholm continues to hold on here, releases Shorst now. So we're back on our feet here, 3-3. Both wrestlers have had a takedown there in that first period and an escape to have a tied match, and that's Shorst is driving forward, back Sandholm out of bounds. They're going to come back to the center. 4-3 match here, halfway through the second period. Collar tied by Sandholm. Shorst with a snap down there, drives into Sandholm, catches Sandholm, but needs to get a leg locked in because right away Sandholm grabs that head, reaches back here, no points awarded. And those guys are going back and forth on who's got control in what position. So almost like officiating a little kid's wrestling meet where they're rolling through and trying to keep track of them. But official doing a good job there, no points awarded. And Sandholm's got to be warned for stalling here. It's the third time, you can kind of see him back out. Shorst continues to drive forward. There is a stall call there on Sandholm, so they're going to come back to center. Right away, Sandholm with a single leg shot there. Shorst doing a good job. You see his hands posted on the knees, pushing away, not able to let Sandholm, kind of got his head trapped underneath there, and they're going to call a stalemate. So good job by the official. They're not letting that go long, but collar tie again by Sandholm. Kind of a head snap there, and 20 to go here now in the second period. A double leg shot attempt there by Shorst. No points awarded here. They're going to go out of bounds. So that's a lot of edge wrestling here by both wrestlers, and they're going to come back to the center. 15 to go now. Shorst with that advantage, but it will be Sandholm's choice here in the third period. See a lot of movement by Sandholm there, and again, both of these wrestlers have been successful on their feet with the takedown that first period, but this second period has been not a lot of action on their feet other than edge wrestling. Sandholm will go down in this third position. He's down and set. Shorst covers left side. Going to be a caution on Shorst of Lewis Central. Maybe an early start here. Sandholm gets down and set. Now you see Shorst go to the right side. And again, Sandholm's a kid that's kind of an unconventional reach back, reach over the top of my head, reach back over the top, try to grab the head. Shorst releases him, so we're tied up 4-4 here. Head snap there by Sandholm. Collar tie by Sandholm on the right side. Wrist control by Shorst on the left side of Sandholm. A duck under, really nice duck under there by Shorst. Able to come around Sandholm. Now he switches off to a deep waist on that left-hand side. Chops the right elbow of Sandholm. Kind of switches back, deep waist. Sandholm leaves that arm behind. Shorst is able to chop that arm. So it's 6-4 right now, Shorst with that advantage, but we're down into a minute. Again, you see him kind of reach back over the top for that head. A lot of times you'll see him reach back and actually pull the wrestler. He'll kind of back up as he pulls the wrestler forward. And it's something that you're just not used to seeing if you wrestle him. It's just a little bit different, and that you have to wrestle him. And these kids, I'm sure, have wrestled, maybe not these kids, but they've seen Sandholm wrestle, and it's usual for him. He's very flexible. You get him in a pinning combination, it's hard to finish anything because of his flexibility. But Shorst doing a good job here, kind of shadow wrestling on top, keeping him down. Sandholm tries a roll, leaves that arm behind. Shorst doing a good job chopping that wrist down to 40. Shorst doing a good job blocking wrist, tries to suck him back, and you see Sandholm grabbing that head, and he's going to want to try to pull that forward. Shorst knows he's in trouble here, but Sandholm again he gets in on that single leg there, but we're down to 20, and Sandholm releases that and goes back to his belly here, and Shorst looks like he's going to ride him out here as Sandholm's bellied out, and it's 6-4 right now with 8 to go. Shorst with a deep waist now on the left. Sandholm reaching back again. Going to try some near fall points there, and Carter Shorst is going to be your champ from Lewis Central, 138 pounds.
And again, like you said, it's unconventional to see Sandholm kind of reaching back. every bone in my body watching that is like, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, because that is what your coaches usually preach
tell
to
you.
you.
Don't reach back.
Never reach back.
Yeah.
That's just, and I can hear my coach in the back of my head as soon as he does it from the corner. Is just imagining when you do it. No, let it go. Just. And again, unconventional, but like you said, he's so flexible. You can just reach back there and you can start seeing him slide back into it. And he just seems still like he's not even reaching back. It doesn't throw his body out of proportion at all when he's in there. So
yeah, so now we're up to 144, and it's going to be Creston versus Lewis Central. So it's Austin Evans at Creston, and he's going to be taking on Jackson Brewer of Lewis Central. Evans is your number 1 seed, and Brewer your 2 seed. Evans with a lot of movement, outside single shot there, but Brewer with a right arm or underhook on the left side. They're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center here.
And another big one because Lewis Central is now leading team score 208 to 206.5 over Creston, so a 1.5 point lead.
Yeah, Evans with a quick takedown there, able to fall around behind here, and it looks like he's going to try to work a cross-face cradle. Now he releases that, switches to a Turk, rolls Brewer over on his back, and is going to get a 5 count for 3 near fall. He releases that, gets the points awarded, so 5-0 right away halfway through this first period at 144 pounds. 2-on-1 control there. Now a roll through, tilts up. Brewer gets a 2 count. Now readjusts here, continues to drive forward. Great job by Evans there using that right hand foot and continuing to drive forward and keeping Brewer on his back long enough to get 2 points awarded there. So 7-0 right now. They're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center with 48 to go here now. Brewer will go back down in that bottom position, and Evans will cover. Brewer down and set in the referee's position. Evans covers right side, right away, chops the right arm, keeps it over his head here. Now kind of a snowplow in the armpit, bars that arm up on the right-hand side, reaches over the top of the head, tries to reach underneath for an air force there, releases that, keeps the chicken wing, but Brewer trying to bring that arm forward. Evans now trying to chop that arm up, circle the head, keep that arm, and suck Brewer back over his shoulder here, and he's going to get it done, but Brewer flexible enough there to get that right arm out of there without getting his back exposed. Crab ride by Evans there, kind of a Granby roll. Unconventional here. Brewer looks like he's potentially going, time expired there. I don't know if the towel boy was maybe a little bit late running out there, but it's 7-0 right now. Evans with the advantage here at 144 pounds. He's going to defer to Brewer. Brewer says, I'll go down that bottom position to start the second period.
In Brewer, he's a guy, I've caught a lot of matches with him. I just happen to glance at him like, okay, I recognize him. And I've caught a lot of Brewer's matches. He's dominated all the matches he's been in. I think he's won all of them by pins on the way here. So it's surprising to see him kind of trailing by so much.
Yeah, and Evans has good hip pressure there, good deep waist, and he's been successful, though, to pull that arm out on Brewer, keeps that arm out, rolls him through, kind of gets the right arm out, sticks his forehead in the armpit there. As he's driving forward in that snowplow deal, he's able to elevate that arm over the top of his head, drives him over to his back, gets 2 near fall there. Now he's got that tied up here and drives forward on Brewer, and he's going to settle his hips in here, but 2 more near fall awarded. Evans now with the right leg in and working a power half on Brewer, trying to drive forward here and really stretching Brewer's shoulder and midsection out here. Brewer doing a good job trying to shuck him on the high side here, trying to slip that right arm out. If he can slip it out in between the legs here and get Evans in a high position, but Evans so far able to lock those legs and keep that arm and going to get more near fall here. So Evans doing a good job of knowing exactly where he's at, if he's in trouble or not, and that's going to be 14-0. They're going to stop it for blood time, it looks like.
Looks like it's Brewer, not sure if it's his nose. No, he's got a cut on the side of his face here. And honestly, this match has just hurt to watch so far for me. I mean,
he's stretching shoulders and midsection out, and
Brewer lucky he's a lankier guy and a flexible guy, because, man, I remember getting stretched out like that by some of the lankier kids when I was wrestling, and boy, were those some rough matches. Definitely thought about chiropractors the next day, that is for sure, to go and stretch you out a little bit, put everything right back to where it belongs. Well, he's ready to go after the quick blood time, wipes it off his eye. But again, 14-0.
That's going to be it's a tech fall for Evans at Creston at 144 pounds. So Austin Evans is your champ there of the Hawkeye 10.
Where did the last point come from?
Well, the official came over and said something about tech fall and gave him 1 point, but I have no idea if it was because of a blood time or it shouldn't have been because of that.
No. Unless maybe they had missed a point somewhere for back.
It's kind of hard to keep up there because they were rolling around a little bit in that second period. So we're going to have McCargill of Shenandoah here at 150 pounds, and he's going to be taking on Lemon of Denison. So both wrestlers come to the center here. McCargill a little bit in a lower position on his feet here. Works 2-on-1 on the right or left-hand side of Lemon. Lemon able to separate there a little bit. And I imagine these wrestlers have met each other before.
It's one of those ones you meet so many times, it's hard to beat those kids the same amount every single time.
Unfortunately, these Hawkeye 10 kids, a lot of them will wrestle 5 or 6 times throughout the year, and then they end up meeting, in districts or used to be sectionals, and you just know exactly what you're going to get, and it's going to be a battle, and what do I need to change to make a difference from what it was before? So 2-on-1, McCargill with a shot there. Lemon kind of counters a little bit. Now a head snap by McCargill. Circling, tries to shuck by, but shucks Lemon right into the single leg there. Lemon able to pick that up, but McCargill trying to step down, does a great job stepping down, peeling that leg out. Lemon releases, they come up to their feet in the center here, 50 to go in the first period. McCargill with a collar tie on the left-hand side, but Lemon kind of has an inside tie there on that same side, blocking that shot. Some separation here. Again, wrist control fight. Inside is heavy. McCargill tries to get him down, and Lemon doing a good job going opposite direction. When he did shuck him by, he shucked him right back into his own leg. He's got a kind of a front headlock now on Lemon. Almost a three-quarter Nelson out front here, but not able to kind of capitalize on that. Is able to come around behind here with 5 to go for that 2-point takedown. So a lot of circling there. I'm not sure if they got dizzy and gave up or if he was just quick enough.
Making me a little dizzy, to be honest, trying to keep up with them as they were just spinning here in the mat.
Yeah, McCargill had kind of a, like I said, a three-quarter there, and he probably could have just, torqued the head down and flipped him over on his back there, but was able to shuck by that way and go the opposite direction for that 2-point takedown. So McCargill down and set here in the second period. Lemon covers top. Well, McCargill up to his feet, working on peeling wrists, and Lemon so far still picks him up and elevates him over the head, and McCargill with a nice switch there for a 2-point reversal. McCargill now peeling the right side wrist out of Lemon. Lemon tries an inside switch there, and McCargill deep waist with that left goes opposite direction and breaks that up. So 4-0. McCargill right now is Shenandoah with the lead. Right on the edge of the mat there. McCargill with the deep waist has the right arm of Lemon. Lemon posted with the left, kind of stands back up to his feet here. Sits out a little bit, and McCargill does a nice job sucking him back. Tilts him over, though. We're going to get 2 count at least, it looks like, and a tilt there. Releases that, so 6-0 right now. 55 to go here in the second period. McCargill with that lead. McCargill riding tough, trying to tilt him up again. You see him doing a nice job using his legs there, trying to elevate, expose those shoulders. And he's got him for probably a 5 count anyway, so he's going to get 3 more near fall. So it'll be 9-0 right now. Jacob McCargill as Shenandoah with that lead over James Lemon. Now he goes cross-face cradle, gets out locked up, sits back, hip to hip. Lemon doing a good job kicking out, but he's going to get at least 2 more near fall. So it'll be 11 as time's going to expire here in the second period. And it should be Lemon's choice here in the third period because McCargill chose down there. And Lemon, looks like Lemon wants to go neutral on his feet. So we're started here in the third period. Collar tie there by McCargill on the right side of Lemon. Again, Lemon with the inside control there, snaps Lemon down, is able to circle around behind here for another 2 points, drives forward, sucks Lemon back, and that's going to be the match there. McCargill tightens that up, could win this by fall, give Shenandoah maybe a little bit of bonus points, and he's able to win that by fall here at 150 pounds. So Jacob McCargill, Shenandoah, is your Hawkeye 10 champ at 150 pounds.
And a beautiful suck back at that by McCargill. I mean, just had him right there, just boom. Immediate suck back. He immediately had the head locked up, and Lemon was going nowhere out there. So that was just a beautiful job by McCargill.
It's going to be a 157-pound championship match. Here's going to be Owen Laughlin of Shenandoah, and he's going to be taking on Jake Earlbeck of Kemper. And another blood time out here after a championship match.
Yeah, it was just the nose of Lemon bleeding up a little bit there at the end.
Laughlin and Earlbeck shake hands here, and we're started here at 157 pounds in this championship match.
No pauses at all between these championships.
No, they're going right through it, aren't they?
And we're the farthest ahead in these finals compared to 3rd, 4th, and 5th and 6th.
McLaughlin with a takedown there, 2-point takedown. I should say Laughlin, not McLaughlin. Laughlin works on peeling that left wrist of Earlbeck out. Kind of goes back in between the wrists now. Now he's got 2 hands on the left-hand wrist of Earlbeck, trying to peel that wrist out. Earlbeck doing what he can do to keep that wrist underneath him here, going to go in the opposite direction. And Laughlin again continuing to drive in here. Switches to a half now, deep waist on the right side. Trying to peel the inside wrist to the left, then he switches to the right, sucks him back. Inside wrist control here, and Earlbeck kind of just defensively wrestling, able to come up to his feet here, and Laughlin releases him. Just under a minute here in the first period, outside shot there by Earlbeck to an outside single. Some distance there, and Laughlin doing a good job keeping that in tight. A shuck by there, able to fall around behind Earlbeck, releases Earlbeck again, back up to his feet. 4-2 right now, 30 to go. And Laughlin's going to want at least one more takedown before the end. And Earlbeck kind of gets in on a single leg shot attempt there, and Laughlin kind of elevating the crotch area of Earlbeck, trying to get around behind here, but with that leg caught by Earlbeck, no points are going to be awarded. Kind of almost in a roll through position here, and that's how it's going to expire at the end of the first period. So 4-2 right now. Laughlin of Shenandoah with your advantage. It'll be Earlbeck's choice. Earlbeck's going to defer to the third period. Laughlin says, let's go neutral.
I mean, it seems like that first period he struggled with Earlbeck on bottom, and from then on he's like, neutral, let him up immediately. Yeah. I'm not even going to bother.
I'm not going to waste my time, yeah. Yeah, so they're in the center here, 10 seconds gone here in the second period. Laughlin again continues to move forward, snaps the head of Earlbeck down. Earlbeck maybe looks like he's going to try to go underhook. High crotch fireman's there by Laughlin. Catches Earlbeck on his back, and he's tightening that up. Has both arms tied up kind of out front, doing a great job with his hip pressure. Also catches the leg of Earlbeck, keep him from rolling through, and he's going to try to circle around that head, get that other shoulder exposed, and is able to expose both shoulders. So it'll be Owen Laughlin, your champion here at 157 pounds for Shenandoah. We've got a Creston and Glenwood coming up here at 165 pounds. It's Will Bollinger, your number 1 seed, and he's going to be taking on Kellen Scott of Glenwood.
This might end up being the biggest break we've had between championships bouts, because I'm not sure if they're waiting for people to catch up, but there's officials having a discussion. Maybe they're just waiting on a Glenwood wrestler here. It seems as they are.
I think they're saying, hey, there's stuff going on tonight. Can you get some quicker pins? I got things I gotta do
honestly, apparently. I mean, it is almost 4 o'clock now. Over on the far mat on the right, we're at 144 pounds. The one on the left, we're at 138. I forget which is which for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 6th.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th would be on your left, and then 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th is on your right-hand side, which you can't see on TV. But we're started here at 165 pounds. Bollinger comes in as your number 1 seed, and Kellen Scott of Glenwood is your 2 seed. Kind of a collar tie there by Scott, but Bollinger trying to tie up that wrist control, and Scott doing a great job circling opposite direction to keep that from free that wrist up. Minute 20 to go here in the first period. Both wrestlers pretty neutral here. Collar tie kind of by both, head snaps by both. They separate, then they come back together in the center. Outside shot there by Bollinger. Scott did a great job stuffing that head and kind of circling around behind there for a 2-point takedown, and Scott's going to release him here, back up to his feet. So Kellen Scott of Glenwood with your 2-1 advantage here, 45 to go here in the first period at 165 pounds. Again, Scott's reaction there to that snap down was so quick just to come around behind there and get that 2 points awarded, and right away was okay releasing Bollinger back up to his feet. Both wrestlers, again, been kind of consistent, collar ties and pushes away, grabbing the opposite arm. Bollinger with some snaps. Scott doing a good job kind of circling in the opposite direction, able to get that head freed up. Bollinger again with the outside shot on the edge here. They're going to go out of bounds. Kind of was able to suck Scott in a little bit there. Time expires, so it'll be Creston's choice here. Bollinger of Creston defers, and Scott of Glenwood is going to take that bottom position to start the second period.
And you mentioned how consistent these two wrestlers have been. They're basically the same build, too. They
Exactly.
are identical. They're both in gold and black singlets. They've both got the gold headgear, and they're just built almost exactly the same.
Both maybe not shorter, but both super muscly, stocky guys.
Yeah.
Like you said, same body structure, stature. Everything is very similar. Both quick, both have heavy snaps. Scott was able to take advantage of that, in the first period. And Bollinger right now, deep waist with that left side. He's going to try a half on the right. And Scott doing a good job going that opposite direction, getting back to his belly to the right there. Bollinger working on tying up both wrists. Now it looks like he's trying to put a leg in on the right-hand side, but gets down on his hips, tries to tilt Scott up, and Scott doing everything he can do to go to the left side, and did a great job of avoiding that back exposure there. We're halfway through the second period. Bollinger started on top, is still on top, with no back points awarded, and Scott on the bottom there, I think is being told, you got to move a little bit here, but deep waist by Bollinger, and again, kind of stacks Scott up. No, not enough for any back points awarded yet. So 2-1 right now. Kellen Scott of Glenwood with that takedown in the first period. Bollinger's choice will be in the third period, and Scott gets warned for stalling here on the bottom. You could see the official saying something earlier about you need to move on the bottom there, and now Bollinger puts that right leg back in again and kind of rides heavy on top the body here, and a lot of downward pressure sucks Scott back. Scott tries to turn and face, and Bollinger now gets both legs in and has Scott broken down flat here. So really no points advantage for Scott by choosing down here as you rode the whole second period. So it'll be Bollinger's choice. You can see him wanting to go down here, and he's going to want to try to tie this match up and either reversal to, you know, take the advantage or escape to tie it, and then it'll come down to who wants it most on their feet.
The big thing is if Scott rides him out here in the third period, if he just starts stalling up top, he's already got a warning, and that'll tie the match up.
Yeah, and you see Bollinger kind of reaching that foot, breaking Scott down on his right hip there. And he's going to try to turn his hips, which he gets him turned. You see him reaching back over the wrist, trying to suck him back to his right. And he wants to try to free that right arm up and get that right arm in between here. But Kellen Scott's a little bit in a tough position here, a high side, neither leg in. You see Bollinger doing a nice job taking his time, scooting out. He's going to try to turn and face, and Scott ends up releasing him here with a minute 15 to go. So it's going to come down to a takedown here in this last minute and 11 seconds at 165 pounds. Who wants to be the Hawkeye 10 champ? We'll find out here shortly. Again, Scott, the shot attempts have been by Bollinger. Scott was able to take advantage of that. But you know, Scott's going to go back down that bottom position. He got rode that whole second period, so it's important that he gets out and has a chance to get a takedown here.
Yeah, Scott just kind of looked discombobulated on that takedown. Wasn't sure where Bollinger went.
Yeah, he kind of actually gave up a little bit, and it cost him a takedown. He relaxed for just a second, and Bollinger was on a dead run, coming, kind of tracking him back down there, and was able to finish that shot. So good quick reaction there by Bollinger to finish that. We're going to go out of bounds, so 38 to go now in the third period, and Bollinger Creston's got your advantage here, 4-2 at 165 pounds, and 38 seconds will tell us who the champion's going to be unless there's a reversal here. So Scott is able to actually sit out, kind of turns and faces a little bit, and Bollinger doing a great job. I'm going to give you one, but I'm not going to give you two. But again, Bollinger pushes in there, and they're going to go out of bounds. So down to 24 seconds here. It is a tied score here. It shows 4-3, but it should be, no, it's correct. Yeah, it's correct. Scott with a shot here, but Scott's already been warned for stalling, so Bollinger's got some time to give, and Scott's able to stalk him by for a two-point takedown there with 15 to go, and he's going to ride Bollinger out here, and Kellen Scott is your champ here at 165 pounds. He's your Hawkeye 10 champ, and you can hear the Glenwood crowd right in front of us, but that was a great match. Both wrestlers quick, and Kellen Scott knew exactly what he needed to do and didn't panic at all. So your number 2 seed takes out number 1.
And I thought for a second there, it didn't seem like much had happened because he just kind of spun on his own point and just 360'd around. I'm like, that didn't help him at all. And all of a sudden, his arms are free, and he's able to go around and back behind for the suck back. And the takedown there is a big one. There to end it. We thought maybe the lacks of attention there late in the second was going to cost him there in that match, but is able to come back and get a big takedown to end it. And we're already into 175.
Yeah, 175 pound is Dickerson of Shenandoah, another Shenandoah kid here, kind of middle to upper weights. And he's taking on Dominic Polsey, and Polsey able to get that quick takedown, almost an inside leg hook there by Polsey. He releases it and is able to come around behind here. So minute 30 to go here in the first period, and it is Dominic Polsey of Clarinda with that advantage. Dickerson back up on his feet here, and Polsey really trying to drag down, drops to a single. And again, Dickerson doing a good job of getting up to his feet. He'll come back to the center here after they go out of bounds and be set in the bottom referee's position. And it's Dominic Polsey covering that right-hand side. Right away, he switches deep waist, though, with that left arm. Kind of goes crab right under the shoulder, around the neck. A lot of that forward pressure. Dickerson sitting out, grabs the head of Polsey, puts Polsey on his back, and that's going to be a quick fall. To me, he looks flat. So it's Dickerson kind of reached back around that head, kind of instead of pulling him over the top of him, he just turned and used that leverage, and Dickerson is your champ there at 175 pounds.
Yeah, and looking at it after a 175-pound match, your team scores right now, it's Creston in first with 216 points, Lewis Central in second with 210 points, Glenwood in third with 191 and a half. Fourth is Shenandoah with 149, and then rounding out the top five is Atlantic with 122. So this has really become a race for first right now between Lewis Central and Creston. And with another Lewis Central wrestler here, they need a big pin to, tie this thing up.
Yeah, and we just saw over in the fifth place match or seventh place match, Creston got beat by Glenwood. So this is a Lewis Central here and a Clarinda here at 190 pounds. I think we'll see a couple of Clarinda kids here with coming up here at 215 or 285. But Cameron Moore comes in as your 1 seed from Lewis Central, and he's going to take on Bryson Harris, your 2 seed from Clarinda at 190 pounds. Both wrestlers, again, you get to some of these upper weights, they want to do maybe more tying up instead of a lot of low leg singles or doubles, and try to suck them underneath them and scoot around behind there. But both these guys, collar tie, trying to work on wrist control. They're going to stop it and come back to the center. I don't know.
Clock must have stopped early, or
I think they maybe thought
late.
they went out of bounds or something, and
yeah, they added 3 seconds to the clock there, from 55 to 58 seconds left to go.
you can see Cameron Moore really pushing in heavy there on Bryson Harrison, and Bryson says, that's fine if you want to do that, I'll go underhook with you, and then there's some separation. So back to the center, a low single shot there by Harrison. Now another single shot there by Moore, and they separate. They don't want to get in there too deep because they're afraid to get underneath the other opponent, but quite a bit of action by both wrestlers there. 30 to go, first period, still tied match. Moore of Lewis Central taking on Harris of Clarinda. Now 2-on-1 on the right-hand side of Moore by Harris. He releases that, goes to a collar tie. They try to work inside control, see who can get the best inside control there. Down to 10 to go here in the first period. He's got a 2-on-1 on the right-hand side of Moore. Moore doing a good job circling opposite direction. Time expires.
And we'll have that second period come out. We're going to take a quick 10-second break here on KS 95.7 for some legal ID.
Southwest Iowa's classic rock station is KSWI Atlantic, a proud part of Meredith Communications. KS 95.7.
And Harris starts down in that bottom position in the second period. A lot of movement there by Harris, but Moore doing a good job so far. Shadow Wrestling drops into a single as Harris comes up, tries to trip forward, and you can only hold that so long as the guy that's in control before you get called for stalling. So Harris trying to step down here and doing a good job blocking that. Some separation there, so Harris will get that 1 point awarded. Both wrestlers back on their feet. A minute and a half to go. Moore drops in, kind of goes to a double, and they go out of bounds. So back to the center here, 190 pounds. Bryson Harris at Clarinda with a 1-0 advantage over Cameron Moore at Lewis Central. That was Harris's choice to go down in the second period. Moore will have his choice in the third period. No takedown by either wrestler so far.
And that's what you see a lot of when you get to these bigger weights. It starts to become 1-0, 1-1 matches as we head to the end, and then it either comes down to a takedown or we're headed to overtime.
Yeah, and Moore, you know, especially on the edge of the mat, he's been pushing in quite a bit to Harris, but the Harris seems to be on the inside of the mat now, and you really see Moore kind of dragging his rear, not wanting to get pushed out, and he gets a stall call against him. So he does a good job pushing on the edge, but as Harris circles in and he's on the outside edge, he does not want to push in because he's afraid he's going to get thrown. So down to 30 to go here. Harris with that 1-0 advantage over Moore so far in this second period. 190 pounds and really not a lot of offensive takedown stuff by either wrestler. A lot of inside collar ties and inside control, wrist control. So Preston over there getting another fall in the placing round. So
puts him up 12 right now on the team score.
So we're going to go to the third period now. It is Moore's choice of Lewis Central. He is down and set. Harris of Clarinda covers that left-hand side. Right away switches to the right-hand side. Deep waist with the left. Kind of heavy hanging on the right-hand side there. Brings Moore back down. Moore up to his feet here. Kind of tries to peel a little bit, and Harris just releases him and kind of pushes him away here. So minute 45 to go. Both wrestlers on their feet. And takedown will win it.
If not, we head to overtime and probably wait to sudden death once again.
Yes. And neither wrestler really was able to ride their opponent for more than 15 seconds anyway, so it could come down to the final, or seventh period, I'll say. Collar tie by both those guys. They collar tie, separate, work on inside control, separate. There's been some shot attempts. There's a low ankle shot attempt there by Harris. Now Moore tries a high crotch there. Harris now with a double underhook, and this is where he's got Moore in trouble before. Moore was wanting to back out. He does not want to go double underhook because he knows what's coming if he pushes in too much at all. And Harris now again continues to push in. Underhook on the right-hand side of Moore. Has the left wrist controlled, and they did a good job separating there from Moore's standpoint. And if you're Harris, you just want him to push in a little bit so you can either shuck up and buy and get into a single or a throw.
And Moore's got to be careful. He already does have that stalling warning against him.
Yeah, and we're down to 15 to go now. And Harris with an outside single shot dumps that back the opposite direction. He's going to win this here. And he's going to hold on to Moore here. And Moore able to come up, gives him one and not two. And it's a 3-2 match here at 190 pounds. And Bryson Harris, your number 2 seed, is your champ, your Hawkeye 10 champ. And we're going to go to 215. And it's going to be Mason Kohler of Glenwood. I believe he's a sophomore, taking on the Fuller of Creston. Kohler's your number 1 seed. I think he comes in at like 35-5.
As they're having a discussion, I think, with the previous coaches there for that end of that match. And again, just a lot of domination there from our 190 winner, because Moore was just trying to back out every time there was double unders in, whatever edge of the mat he was trying to pull back, and they was just trying to pull back in. And again, I'm surprised Moore didn't get hit with a couple more stalling calls.
Before, correct.
To be honest, again, it was every time on the edge of the mat, anytime a double unders came in, always backing up.
Yeah, Kohler here, you know, from Glenwood is one of the fastest heavier weights that you see. Very physical, goes inside takedowns, does a lot of shuck by, elevates, strong kid, you know, for his age. Goes back opposite direction. A 2-point takedown there for Kohler over Fuller. Fuller trying to come up to his feet here, and we'll see if Kohler releases him or tries to return him back. to the mat here, and you can't hold on too long or you're going to get called for stalling here as a top opponent. So he does bring Fuller back down, chops that wrist, has him broken down on kind of his left shoulder, on his knees. Kohler working on trying to peel the left wrist out of Fuller. Has his right arm inside like he's ready to go to a half there. Can't quite dig that arm out. Now he looks like he's going to try to tilt Fuller up, which is something you see a lot in the lightweights. You reach through and get the left arm tied up there and roll through, and now he switches to a kind of a snowplow there. Is able to get that arm kind of chopped up there, but Fuller doing a good job on bottom there, getting that left arm out again, but Kohler right away able to peel that wrist out. So 2-0 right now, Kohler with the advantage. 20 to go here in the first period. Kohler with a takedown. Again, he's wanting to pull that wrist out and get control of that, and Fuller keeping that wrist in tight, not avoiding any give-ups there. And Kohler right now puts both legs in. 2 seconds to go, time's going to expire, and then we'll go to the second period.
And Kohler kind of reminds me of Evan Sorensen of Atlantic. Kind of looks like a smaller guy for his weight class for sure, going against these guys, but is able to compete very, very well. And we did get a Lewis Central pin over on our left mat, so that pulls them a little bit closer to Creston as well. Something to watch for here is the day, as we're almost to our last couple of weight classes, at least in the finals.
Yeah, Kohler chose down here to start the second period. Fuller covers, tries to chop the wrist here and drive forward, and Kohler doing a good job getting those hips out, trying to turn and face, almost an inside switch there. Gets Fuller's head kind of caught underneath here. He's going to stuff that head, try to break the lock, and circle around behind for a 2-point reversal. But Fuller right now is still able to lock those hands up. You see Fuller step over the ankle, gets 2 points awarded, almost a near side cradle there that he could have had, but covers behind. Kind of riding directly over the top of the body there, 4-0 advantage. Kohler of Glenwood with that lead over Fuller. Working on peeling that left wrist out again. You can see him using his knees as well as his hand. He does a great job blocking that left knee of Fuller as he's circling around there. But Fuller so far able to kind of keep that from getting tied up, whether he's using his left wrist or right wrist. And again, Kohler goes to that snowplow, tries to get that wrist popped up, and Fuller so far able to kind of swim out of that and drive that forward, that wrist forward, and get that out of there. So we see Kohler jump to the other side now, riding tough on top here. And it will be Fuller's choice in the third period. Fuller again kind of just laying on the bottom there, but anytime he tries to come up, Kohler's got that deep waist or chops that arm out. But you see Kohler right now has the right leg in, going to try to power half him and peel him over a little bit. And Fuller pretty flexible here. Looks like he might come out the back door, but time is going to potentially expire here in the second period. And Kohler was all kinds of high right there. So it'll be Fuller's choice here. Creston, he's trailing by 4 points here. They're going to go on their feet here to start the third period. Our finals matches are actually, ahead of kind of the placing matches. So they're doing a good job continuing to push things through, but they're not really given much time in between matches. And really a well-run tournament here.
Yeah.
3 mats kind of all day we've been using. They just had 1 10-minute break. Otherwise, it's been a very quick run tournament. And that 10-minute break is nice for the table workers to at least be able to take a bathroom break and maybe get a little bit of something to eat. So
right.
Down to minute 15 here now in the third period. Mason Kohler with that 6-0 advantage here at 215 pounds in the Hawkeye 10 championship match here. Kohler with a takedown here in that third period. And again, he rode the whole second period here, and he's riding tough here now. Has the chicken wing in, but really hasn't had a lot of success with that. Fuller able to kind of get out of that. Down to 45 to go here now. Fuller kind of comes up to his feet, knows exactly where they're at. Fuller's almost basically out of the bounds, and Kohler is still in bounds. They're going to go out of bounds, call him out of bounds, and come back to the center. 33 to go now. 215-pound championship match. It's Kohler of Glenwood with the advantage. Kohler covers that left-hand side. Fuller sits out a little bit, but leaves that arm behind, and Kohler able to grab that wrist and kind of bring him back down to his left-hand side there. Kohler again riding tough here. Again, peels that left wrist out. He's had success peeling that out.
As Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic, he's going to get a pin over there in the third place matches at 175. So,
and Fuller with an escape here, and going to drive forward to Kohler, and time's going to expire here. So it'll be 6-1. Mason Kohler is your champ at 215 pounds. He's a Hawkeye 10 champ, and it potentially could be a second.
As we get some more Creston wrestlers roll up here over at the third place and at our finals match at 285, our finals match here of the day. As we've got Creston once again versus another Clarinda.
Yeah, it's Carson Downey at Clarinda. Really moved up and has gotten a lot bigger over the last few years. A lot of muscle and mass, put on, and Chapman's been around for a few years at 285. And I think Downey's probably given up a little bit of weight, but he's got a lot of strength and he's got a lot of quick movement. So we'll see which one wins here. This will be our final match here at 285 pounds here, the Hawkeye 10. Downey kind of drops down to a knee, shucked by attempt there by Chapman. Collar tied by both wrestlers, and some separation there by Downey, and Downey's gonna try to get Chapman down a little bit and able to circle around behind here, and a low single shot attempt there by Downey on the right-hand side of Chapman. He's got an underhook here now. Chapman doing a good job circling that opposite direction, getting that underhook out of there, and there's some separation, and they go back to the center and go back to work. Collar ties, inside ties, and wrist control. Minute 10 to go. First period, 285-pound match. It's Chapman of Creston and Downey of Clarinda. Double underhook by Chapman. Trips Downey directly to his back. Downey tried to roll through and almost rolled through, but it's going to be 2 takedown, 2 near fall for Chapman of Creston. So that happened in a hurry, and Downey tried to, as he rolled to his back, tried to use his legs and elevate Chapman over and just couldn't get it done fast enough. So 50 to go. Downey down in that bottom position, able to stand and escape here. So 4-1 now, Chapman of Creston with that advantage here. So Downey's got some work ahead of him to make up those points that he just gave up with the takedown and the 2 near fall.
And if they would have been closer to the center of the mat, I think he probably would have rolled through on him, and it could have been a Downey pin there for him.
Yes, yep, he had the right idea with the momentum and everything, and because when he went out of bounds, he basically was in a better position than what Chapman was in. Chapman drops into a single here. Downey counters the opposite direction. Downey with an underhook now on the right-hand side. A duck under there. Chapman able to try to circle around behind here. And you'll see some athleticism by these big guys here as time expires in the first period. So 4-1 right now. Chapman with that takedown, 2 near fall. As he was rolling through, Downey rolled him through out of bounds. Chapman's choice here, he's going to go down that bottom position. Downey is able to cover that left-hand side right away, chops the deep waist and tries to go right ankle here, and Downey's going to go ahead and let him come up and stand up, and so it'll be 5-1 Chapman of Creston here at 285 pounds with your advantage as we're started in this second period. over Downey at Clarinda. Again, collar ties, inside ties, wrist control, seeing a lot of it. Have seen a couple shot attempts by both wrestlers, mostly low outside singles, not wanting to get it in the other, underneath the other wrestler. But Chapman with that double underhook was able to kind of trip Downey backwards, and Downey, as he rolled out of bounds, had some exposure on his own back and had to come back to the center here. Minute 10 to go, second period. Low ankle pick attempt there by Downey. Now front headlock there. Chapman releases that. And that's a lot of weight, a lot of movement there.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Chapman and Evan Sorensen facing off again. I know I've mentioned him a couple times for Atlantic, but when they faced off in the John J. Harris tournament, it was just kind of like this. Sorensen had a little bit more movement on him, but again, Chapman just kind of has that extra weight that gives him a little bit of an advantage over some of these smaller heavyweights.
Yeah, and I think the quickness, but I mean, Chapman, we've saw some pretty quick responses by him too. So even though he's a bigger kid, bigger build, he's had some good movement. And right there, he's able to catch Downey and kind of come around behind here, and didn't get any points awarded there. I'm not sure how, but good movement there, and we're down to 5 seconds to go in the second period. So we're going to go to that third period, and it is Chapman of Creston with that 5-1 advantage over Downey of Creston, or excuse me, Downey of Clarinda. It'll be Downey's choice, and he's trying to decide what he wants to do. And
I think the skill and athleticism of these two guys, they're pretty equally matched, but Chapman, again, just has that slight advantage, a little older as well, so he's got the experience here at heavyweight as well to help him out.
He's definitely probably 20 pounds heavier at least, I would say, for sure. Downey chose down here in the third period. He needs that escape point. And it's not college, so you don't get 3 for takedowns, so he needs a couple takedowns here, and he's got his hands full, or get some back points there. So Downey's free, up on his feet here. We're back to the center. It's 5-2 right now. Chapman with the advantage of Creston. And Downey's got to kind of move here. Chapman came in as a number 1 seed, I believe, and Downey is your 2 seed. Not seeing a lot of offense really by either wrestlers. There's been some shots, and really the countering by both of them has been pretty excellent as far as circling and moving. But Downey with an outside shot attempt there, tries to drive in. They're going to go out of bounds and come back to the center. So Downey actually comes in as your number 1 seed. He must have beat Chapman in the duel, which would have gave him a seeding choice or another tournament that they've met in. A slide-by attempt there by Downey. We're down to 35 to go now in this third period. Both wrestlers have got their fair share of sweat going here.
As you see,
slip
Downey
on the mat.
immediately slip. Yeah, these guys sweated off the
They're
heavyweights.
working pretty hard, yeah. So Downey with a front headlock by Chapman, and Chapman working underhook, deep underhook on the left-hand side of Downey. They're both on the edge of the mat, 10 seconds to go, third period, and they're gonna go out of bounds. So it's come back to the center here, short period of time, 8 seconds left here. 5-2 right now, shot there by Downey. Chapman's gonna be content just to kind of ride this out and take the victory.
And he's been eyeing that clock since about 40 seconds. So every time he tied up and he had those double unders, you just see his head turn immediately, looking at the clock, looking like, all right, I got time to just play defense here. Play some defense. They'd sprawl a little bit, go back and forth, and then immediately another lock. You'd see the head turn quick. All right, how much time we got?
Those are key points for Creston, obviously in the team race. And we're getting down to, we still are at 215 pounds on the third and fourth place match.
We're on 215 on both, so they're actually catching up here. So they'll do 175 here in the center, but We'll take a quick break before we come back and kind of recap a couple of other things here from our Hawkeye 10 conference. Keep listening here on 95.7 in Western Iowa Today TV, powered by Nishnanet.
Have you ever heard the saying, people spend their life building wealth and neglecting their health, only to wish they could trade their wealth for better health at the end? This is Dr. Fritz Beyer, and it has now been over 30 years since my first chiropractic adjustment. I still get asked, do you get adjusted? Absolutely. I try to get adjusted at least once a month. I'm 47 now and still try to stay as active as ever. While I do get a few more aches and pains than when I was younger, it feels great to be able to step on the mat and help kids learning to wrestle. Chiropractic has helped me feel young enough to do it. If staying active is part of your future plans, call 254-BODY to get your body back to the basics.
Elkhart Plastics in Atlantic has a career opportunity for you. They're currently looking to hire first and second shift oven operators, first shift assemblers, and maintenance personnel, along with competitive pay and shift differential offered for second shift. Elkhart Plastics offers medical, dental, vision, company-paid life and disability plans, as well as vacation, paid holidays, education reimbursement, and retirement savings plans. Go to myersindustries.com/careers to view openings and fill out an application. Elkhart Plastics is an equal opportunity and affirmative action employer.
That wrestler in the corner is dedicated and determined to work as hard as he can for his team. His drive and perseverance comes from his core. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have an insurance agent do the same for you and be on your team? Here at Elvis Haas State Farm, we're in your corner to help you with your insurance on your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services. We help you understand your insurance and show you the benefits of bundling all of your coverages with just one company. Put us on your team here at Elvis Haas State Farm, 1/2 block west of the courthouse, or call 712-243-4824.
We are happy to announce that Rolling Hills Bank and Trust new digital online banking is here. We'll continue to have all the features that you've come to enjoy, such as mobile deposit, bill pay, and e-statements. Our updated money management feature allows you to view your spending, manage your budget, create financial goals, and view all of your accounts in one convenient place. Visualizing and interacting with your money has never been easier. So take control of your finances by downloading the app today, or feel free to stop into any of our 13 area locations where we have friendly staff members ready to answer questions and assist you in this transition. Rolling Hills Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Now, back to Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7 and live stream at westerniowatoday.com.
Austin West, Cody Weaver back with you from the Hawkeye 10 Conference Wrestling Tournament. And we are through our finals matchups. Had a lot of great wrestling going on today. So we'll kind of recap those placements that we do have as we're kind of into the heavyweights right now, waiting for them to finish up.
Yeah, 106 pounds. It was Xander Mans, just your freshman, coming in as your Hawkeye 10 champ. Second place was senior Tay Jordan of Atlantic. Third, Kylan Parsons of Creston. Fourth, Brody Black of Glenwood. Fifth, Hayden Nash of Clarinda. Sixth, Nathan Sandquist of Harlan. Seventh, Cooper Morlock of Shenandoah. And your eighth place finisher at Hawkeye 10 was Brody Ostoff of Red Oak.
At 113 pounds, looking at it, first place went to Weston Porter of Lewis Central. Second place was Braxton Haas of Atlantic. Third place, Jesse Jens of Harlan. Fourth place, Lane Travis of Creston. Fifth place, Davin Holst of Shenandoah. Sixth place, Trey Hartwig of Denison. And your seventh place finish at the Hawkeye 10 is Ethan West of Glenwood.
120 pounds. It was Vinny Mayberry, your champ, and congratulations to him to have 4 Hawkeye 10 championships under your belt. That's an impressive feat. Hawkeye 10's a tough conference with a lot of top quality wrestlers.
Any tournament get four medals in first place is an astounding feat.
Your second place finisher there at 120 was Caleb Hoffman of Kemper Catholic. Third was Owen Duffick of Lewis Central. Fourth, Spencer Fink of Harlan. Fifth place, Colin Harris. Sixth place, Tyler Babe of Shenandoah. And your seventh place finisher, Jaden Bradley of Denison.
At 126 pounds here for the Hawkeye 10, it's Aiden Smith of Atlantic who takes first. Second place is Drew Anderson of Lewis Central. Third place, Broderick Phelps of Creston. Fourth place, Titan Frolic of Harlan. Fifth place, Owen Neppel of Kemper Catholic. Sixth place, Jackson Grave of Denison. Seventh place, Joey Mazzella of St. Albert. And eighth place, Mark Reed of Glenwood.
132-pound champion, Matt Beam of Glenwood. Second place, Derek Gregory of Lewis Central. Third, Lincoln Keeler of Creston. Your 4th place finisher be freshman Jaden Harder of Atlantic. 5th place Dayton Gussman of Red Oak. 6th place Hayden Roush of Shenandoah. 7th McGuire Hoyt of Kemper Catholic. And your 8th place finisher Oliver Jurnick of Council Bluffs St. Albert.
At 138 pounds, your 1st place finish, Carter Shorsh of Lewis Central. 2nd place, Kyler Sandholm of Red Oak. 3rd place, Bretton Maxwell of Glenwood. 4th place, Cole Scammon of Shenandoah. 5th place, Brandon Briley of Creston. 6th place, Calvin Hayes of Atlantic. 7th place, Jake Smith of Kemper Catholic. In your 8th place at 138 pounds, here for the Hawkeye 10 is Luis Lopez of Denison.
144 pound, Austin Evans of Creston was your champ. Jackson Brewer, Lewis Central, runner-up. Sam Raymond, St. Albert, 3rd. Josh Lorette, 4th. Lucas Major, Shenandoah, 5th. Brody McKinley of Harlan, 6th. Connor Weir of Glenwood, 7th. And Joe Klein of Kemper Catholic, 8th.
At 150 pounds, 1st place went to Jacob McGargle of Shenandoah. 2nd place, James Lemon of Denison. 3rd place, Trayton Williamson of Glenwood. 4th place was Creston's Jackson Pettigrew. 5th place, Atlantic's Carter Hadley. 6th place, Barrett Haggy of Clarinda. And 7th place for your Hawkeye 10 at 150 was Brayton Cooper of Harlan.
157, Owen Laughlin of Shenandoah is your champ. Runner-up, Jake Earlback of Kemper Catholic. 3rd, Milo Staver of Creston. 4th, Brody Bendorf of Harlan. 5th, Hayden Trotter, Lewis Central. 6th, Austin Weir of Glenwood. And your 7th place finisher could be out there. No, they're not out there right now. I don't have the results of the 7th and 8th. It's for Javier Medina or Jackson Purdue at 157 pounds.
Just refreshed it. Medina of Denison gets 7th. Purdue of Red Oak will get 8th. So I knew we had already finished it. I was surprised it wasn't popping up. So it must have just updated here for us. At 165, though, 1st place is Kellen Scott of Glenwood. 2nd place is William Bollinger of Creston. 3rd place, Tate Beerett of Kemper Catholic. 4th place, Jacob Rystrom of Shenandoah. 5th place, Leland Woodruff of Clarinda. And 6th place at 165 for the Hawkeye 10 is Cohen Hamilton of St. Albert Council Bluffs.
175-pound champ, Jaden Dickerson of Shenandoah. Runner-up, Dominic Polsey of Clarinda. 3rd place, Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic. Good tournament by Donovan. 4th place, Sam Rodert of Kemper Catholic. 5th place, your freshman from Glenwood filling in, Niall Lundville. So good tournament for Niall. 6th was Gunnar Martwick. And then your 7th and 8th place finish.
We just saw a finish. It was James Moore of Lewis Central in 7th. Ishmael Alfaro of Denison in 8th, as that one just wrapped up, a 3-2 decision in that one. At 190, as they're wrestling their 7th and 8th right now. But your other placements, 1st place, Bryson Harris of Clarinda. 2nd place, Cameron Moore of Lewis Central. 3rd place, Bryce Wiskus of Kemper Catholic. 4th place, Jagger Luther of Creston. 5th place, Cohen Bruce of Atlantic. And 6th place, Drake Booth of Glenwood. 7th and 8th is being wrestled for right now between Mark Hardy of Shenandoah and Luis Chan of Denison. And so, I mean, we've really got all of our matches going right now. 215 is still going for 7th and 8th as well. Let's see if they have their 5th and 6th wrapped up for 215. They do. So 1st place for 215 will be Maxon Kohler of Glenwood. 2nd place, Quentin Fuller of Creston. 3rd and 4th is still going as well, it says, apparently. So this must be 3rd, 4th here with, no, it says it isn't done, but it should be done, according to my...
Yeah, 285 pounds, Max Chapman of Creston was your champ. Runner-up, Carson Downey. Our 3rd and 4th place match right now is being wrestled between Trent Patton of Glenwood and Carlos Andrade of Lewis Central. 5th place was Garrett Plaguey of Denison. 6th, Stephen Perkins of Shenandoah. And your 7th, 8th place match is will be wrestled coming up here for 7th and 8th.
And at 215, we just had one wrap up. Jaden Beckman of St. Albert gets 7th. Austin Spray of Harlan gets 8th. And then fifth place is Kobe Pierce of Kemper Catholic. Again, this is at 2:15. And sixth place is Noah Perrion of Red Oak. So still a couple of matches left to go. While those finish up, we do have your match of the meet brought to you by Elvis Haas State Farm. Do you have a match of the meet here, Cody?
I do. I'm going to have to go with the 113-pound final match. Freshman Weston Porter coming in 28-0 over Braxton Haas. Haas, was 40-9, but Haas, it was a 6-5 decision, and that match was close. It was good for both wrestlers. Porter's wrestled a ton as a young kid. Talked about his brother wrestling in college now, and he's a 4-time state finalist, actually, for Underwood. And that match, to me, was the closest, the most competitive, and came down to the very end. So
that was tied for first for my pick, so I'm glad I have one to fall back on so I don't exactly match. But I'm going to go 165 pounds, Kellen Scott of Glenwood versus William Bolinger of Creston. As that one kind of came down to the very end as well. We thought a lax moment by Scott was going to cost him there late in that match after they had the 5-3 kind of match going, 4-2 match, and then the escape 4-3. But then just a suckback and a beautiful one at that by Scott to take the win at 5-4. And again, those guys were just so evenly matched. I don't think there was a more identical group or match to each other here tonight. And so that one was just a lot of fun to watch. And that one was my pick for match of the meet. Brought to you, of course, by Elvis Haas State Farm, always in your corner. As we're still waiting on our matches here to finish up to get you some team scores. We would get you team scores, but again, with these matches kind of
there's a little bit left here. I don't see any more Creston kids wrestling. Right now, Creston's got the lead, 224. Lewis Central is at 217. Third is Glenwood at 201. Shenandoah fourth at 149. And Atlantic at 133. Kemper Catholic 127.5. Clarinda 106. Harlan Community 63. Red Oak 60. Denison 53 and St. Albert 38. So we'll see if it changes at all.
I think Creston's got locked up first, it seems to be. Lewis Central locked up second. Glenwood, Shenandoah, and Atlantic looks to be locked up as well.
There's quite a gap in between all
pass
those.
Atlantic with a pin here at 285. They're leading 2-0 right now. That would put Kemper Catholic into the top 5 because I believe Atlantic is done. But other than that, that's really the only movement that could really happen. Red Oak could pass Harlan if they have any wrestlers remaining, but I do not believe they do.
Red Oak's on wrestling Kemper here, so but it looks like he's in trouble, and it could be a pin for Kemper Catholic as he rolls over here and rolls kid from Red Oak over on his back. Is going to get near fall, but the kid from Red Oak was able to kind of roll through back to his belly. So,
and again, if Kemper Catholic picks up a pin, they would pass Atlantic by half a point. So that's how close that race is for 5th and 6th place in your team scores.
And it's not looking good.
Not for Atlantic, no. It will be a pin for Kemper Catholic. So they will jump Atlantic by half a point with 133.5. Atlantic only 133 even. Looks like they're only going to give Kemper 3 points for that pin.
Yeah, I think in a duel it's 6 points, but in a tournament it's based upon how you place. I mean, you would get extra, but it's not maybe 2 points, I think is what you get for each position or something like that, 2 points more.
I wrestled for 4 years, and I guess I always thought it was scored the same as a duel. Shows how much sometimes, even wrestlers don't know. But so Atlantic will hold on to that number 5 spot right now. Shenandoah is wrestling now, so is Glenwood, but again, they really don't have a chance to jump anybody here. So those rankings basically cemented here in this tournament for Creston winning at 224, Lewis Central 217 in second, and Glenwood 201.5 for third. Atlantic ends in 5th with 133 points even. Clarinda in 7th with 106. Harlan in 8th with 63. Red Oak in 9th with 60 even. and that'll kind of wrap it up as we're on our last match. So we want to thank you to listening to our broadcast here today, both on KS 95.7 and on our live stream on Western Iowa Today TV, powered by Nishnanet. We should have some more wonderful sports broadcasts coming to you next week. We'll have more wrestling as well. I'll be at Girls State in Coralville, Iowa, across there from Extreme Arena, bringing you updates on that Thursday and Friday. A lot of SWAT Valkyrie girls qualifying for that. I believe it was 6 was the number, and even more local area girls qualifying. I think we had a total of, I want to say 12 to 15 total area girls qualify for the state tournament, I feel like is what it was, and a couple from the same weight class. So going to be a lot of fun next week. For Cody Weaver, I'm Austin West. Again, thanks for tuning in for our presentation of the Hawkeye 10 Wrestling Conference Tournament.
This has been a presentation of Atlantic Trojan Sports on KS 95.7. Find our complete sports broadcast schedule at westerniowatoday.com.